Guys, can you hear me now? Can you please tell me if you can hear me now? Is it better? Oh, great. It's great. They can hear us. Lilith, if you can please put this one on.
I will do now.
Guys, yes, it's the sixth round today. Five rounds are over. We can see the standings here. Arvind is in the lead with 3.5 out of 5. And they're saying nice outfit. We are all wearing white and black today. Lilith, we are matching.
Chess colors.
Yeah, chess color.
Chess colors, yes.
So, what's your prediction, Lilith, in the sixth round?
Oh, yes, I'm very excited. I'm very excited because we have only now 4 rounds,
Yeah.
right? And yes, very exciting games. So, yes, what are my predictions? Let's see.
So, can we just quickly check what happened here? By the way, Arvind is playing with the white pieces against Yakubboev. And
honestly, yeah, I'm expecting that Arvind will push.
yeah, for sure, because
he has white, right? Against Yakubboev, who is not in a good form here, we can say, right?
1 second.
Again, voice problem?
Yeah.
Sound with echo. Okay.
Okay, guys, just 2 minutes and we will fix this. Guys, is it all good now?
Yes, let's see. Because we are looking forward to.
Yeah, we
looking forward. No, it's not good.
Okay, how is it now?
Yes, we hope that now everything will be good and finally we can start.
Is it better? Okay, we'll just take a short break and we'll be right back. Okay. And Gurpreet, thanks a lot. Can you just let me know if the voice is better now? We just tried to change some things. And
we want to begin finally our
yeah. Let's see what they're saying. Okay. Yeah. And I tried to turn it off and on again, and hopefully the echo is gone by. It's fun to get echo once in a while when we are on vacation, bhai, but no echo. Let's go, bhai, finally. Okay, 1 second. Lilith, is your microphone on?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet. So we will try now mine also. Let's see. Hopefully it will work now.
Perfect.
Is it good?
Yeah, can you hear Lilith's voice, guys?
And is it okay?
No echo, no echo. Lilith is also fine. Lilith,
Oh.
finally, everything is working here.
Yes.
Okay.
So we can start.
So this is we are in the 6th round, and the standings have been updated. Arvind is leading 3.5 out of 5. He had a very nice escape against Sevian.
Yes.
Pragg, Kollars, and Hakobyan are 3 out of 5.
Right. So we are expecting a fighting day today.
For sure, we are expecting a very exciting game today. But what is this?
What is this?
Yeah.
What do we have, Raja? Tell us.
I think, Lilith, that after this move, pawn to a3, Arvind offered a draw.
Oh.
With the white pieces.
Oh, this is a big surprise, right? This is a big surprise. Raja, let's see what happened in this game.
How is it possible?
Let's see what happened in this game. So first of all, he went for e4. Raja, you remember he won two wins with d4,
yeah.
right? So
e4.
2 wins with e4 with d4. This time he decided against Yakubboev e4, and again we have Sicilian, by the way.
Yeah, Sicilian, and that too, for the first time someone has played d6 move order.
Yes.
d4 takes, takes knight f6, knight c3, and my favorite opening, Lilith, Najdorf,
Oh.
was played by Yakubboev.
Okay, so this is your favorite variation in
Yeah,
Sicilian.
I'll play this with black. I also have a lot of experience in this line with white with bishop g5. Arvind plays bishop e3.
By the way, very quickly. So it means that he expected a Sicilian.
I mean, Najdorf is just like one of the main openings that black plays. So I think these players for sure have prepared this. If not for this game, then at least at some point, because this is, of course, everyone checks the Najdorf
Yes.
before a tournament.
Yes.
E5 and knight b3 here is the more aggressive and dynamic move, but Arvind goes for the more positional knight f3.
Knight f3. This is more positional, right? Right.
Yes.
Yeah. Approach.
Because after knight b3, we try to go queen d2 long castles. Here, as we can see, bishop e7, bishop c4, and white castles short usually. Knight c6, a3 was played, and I think Arvind offered a draw. And guys, Arvind's game has ended in a draw.
Yes.
Yeah.
But this is very big surprise, right, Raja?
This
is a very big surprise.
I cannot believe it simply, Lilith, because he was leading the tournament, playing with the white pieces against Yakubboev, who is on -1 here.
And actually, Nodirbek almost every day he's in time trouble. So it means that he's not in a good form, we can say, right, in this tournament.
Also here, if you see the clock, Arvind was definitely slightly ahead on the clock. Maybe he was not feeling well. Maybe he was tired from yesterday.
Yes.
Might
be because yesterday actually he played a very tense game, more than 5 hours actually.
Yeah.
And it might be that he
got fatigued. Yeah.
Yes,
and
yes.
I'm actually definitely going to ask him after I finish commentary if he's feeling okay, because this is definitely not normal for Arvind to go for a draw with the white pieces. So guys, Aravindh Chithambaram has drawn his game and he moves on to 4 out of 6 points, Lilith. Still in the lead.
Still in the lead, yes.
Which means though we should move on and check what's happening in Pragg's game.
Yes.
He's playing against Benjamin.
And actually, Raja, we should remind our viewers that we don't have rest day in our tournament.
No rest day.
No rest day, and it's a very tense tournament. So of course, every player gets tired at some point, right?
Yeah. And maybe it was like a strategic decision that he wanted to get some rest. We should definitely get his thoughts at some point. It would be great to know why he went for this draw. And look at Pragg's opening.
Okay, but Pragg went for d4, right?
Yeah, d4.
Raja, remind me, please, Pragg's white openings.
Yeah, with one tournament he played knight f6. His opponent played, and then white played knight f3, d5, and he played
went for
e3.
Actually, this game was very interesting.
This was
right?
against Yakubboev.
Yakubboev, knight c3.
Bishop d3. That was guys. You must check that game out if you haven't. In this round, Benjamin plays knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4. So the
Nimzo. Okay, very interesting. And in Nimzo, which variation did Pragg choose here? I'm very excited. A3.
Yeah, A3 is...
Okay, A3, very interesting. So, what he prepared here, let's see. This,
B6
played. Actually, very quick also.
Yeah.
So, Benjamin was ready for this. F3, okay.
F3.
F3.
Yeah, knight c6.
F3. So white wants to play e4, right? F3, e4, bishop d3, knight e2, right?
This knight e2, or actually Lilith, very common is also to go knight h3, knight f2.
Knight f2, okay.
And we sometimes even push g4 in some positions. The game proceeded with knight c6, e4, bishop a6, putting pressure on the weak c-pawn.
Yes. Actually, this is the idea of Nimzo Indian, right?
Yeah.
Black plays bishop b4, trading this knight, and idea is just to double the pawns and play against this double pawns.
Exactly.
All right?
Yeah.
So that's why b6, bishop a6 is very understandable. And now bishop g5, instantly.
Yeah, bishop g5, I think this has all been played before. H6,
Pinning
bishop
the knight,
h4.
Bishop h4,
and
g5.
G5.
Okay. Just do you think Raja white wants to play e5 already?
No, e5. If white plays e5, we can still respond with g5.
Right?
So e5 is not a threat at this point, but
Mhm.
definitely an idea that white is going to keep in mind. Maybe white just wanted to go bishop d3. Actually, f4 could be an idea for white
Mhm.
sometimes, but of course have to be careful about g5 as well. So very dynamic. Black goes g5.
Actually, this game looks very interesting.
Yeah, because look at
Big
the
fight.
clock.
Yes,
He's
big
playing
fight.
quickly. Bishop f2, queen e7. Actually,
Queen
he thought for 9 minutes.
Oh, 9
And
minutes.
bishop d3 played by Pragg. Guys, Pragg has a bishop pair. He's going for the win.
Yes, I mean, this is very dynamic position. But I have a question for you, Raja. After bishop f2, right? Because we said already that black's idea is simple to attack a c4 pawn. So b6, bishop a6 has been played. Why not now immediately knight a5 attacking this pawn? Why not this idea? What do you think?
No, knight a5 looks very, very natural here.
It's typical, right?
Very typical. I'm curious if I can just go queen a4 in this position.
Just you want to
protect
the pawn, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
I go queen a4, and it's a very interesting position actually.
Right. So just you want just to protect the pawn.
Yeah, I will actually, guys. So just to remind everyone, here we only have access to the engine bar. We don't know what the best moves are, so you get to see us calculating, analyzing in real time.
Yes. So what other move do we have instead of queen a4? Because I say evaluation bar does knight a5 move, but it's not because of queen a4 move. We have something else. What else can we do?
So usually, like white, if h4, black responds rook g8 actually.
So maybe h4. I like this move also.
Rook g8 is a blunder now, Lilith.
Why?
Because h g5, e5 just traps your knight on f6.
The knight is in trouble. What a nice idea, by the way. So h4. So immediately, it means after knight a5, white plays h4, immediately asking questions, right? Okay, this we find out. Okay, why knight a5 is not good? Because it's not queen a4, just dynamic play with h4.
Exactly.
Okay, this was very good. Okay, so what is now difference? If now queen e7, if white plays still h4,
and now black is ready to just castle long, Lilith.
Yes.
Because h takes g5, the rook on h8 is protected by a rook on d8. And after this, I call these long castle moves switcheroo. like a kangaroo, you just jump to the other side and your king is completely safe here. So after queen e7, Pragg goes bishop d3.
Bishop d3.
Just developing.
But again, I this question I will ask, of course. Why not knight a5 now?
And now he has two options, queen e2 or queen a4.
Honestly, I prefer queen e2. I don't
queen
know
e2.
Why.
But the problem in these positions is that black sometimes can respond with d5. And we don't want to exchange these light squared bishop, Lilith, because this gives a lot of attacking possibilities. So
and maybe also a downside of queen e2 that knight doesn't have any more access on e2. Okay, this we understood. So knight a5 actually is normal move.
Yeah.
Because now if h4 we know that there is long castle.
Yes, there is long castle.
So h4 now it's not that dangerous. Okay, so knight a5 is a candidate move for sure. Benjamin is taking his time, right?
Yeah, Benjamin is taking. Pragg looks very comfortable there. Himang Ghosh says, hello Harshit bhai. Today will be very exciting games and epic commentary. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Yes, we are also very excited actually.
Yeah.
So what it means, after knight a5, Raja, maybe your move queen a4 now we should play. Or sacrifice a pawn, I don't know. What do you think? Queen a4?
Queen a4 looks possible.
But this queen on a4
it's like, what is it doing there?
Yes, very passive, right? I mean, only defending this pawn.
So maybe it's possible that I first kick your knight away with e5.
Okay.
But knight h5 is actually a good square because you're jumping into f4.
And yes, and then g2 pawn is also hanging.
So in this position, we are expecting knight a5 actually to be played by Benjamin, and then c5 of course is one very typical idea, Lilith, in these positions, because after bishop d3, queen d3, b takes c5, this position I think queen b5 can be an option for white. What else is there?
Even maybe
take, yeah.
Even take. If we take, but then knight b3. We should check if take. We should take knight b3 move, of course. What is this move? Let's check. Actually, evaluation
Yeah,
bar
white
doesn't.
is somehow
Yes,
much better.
yes, but why? But why? This is
Oh
important
wow.
question.
Rook b1 Lilith, and after knight takes c5, queen b5 just traps your knight on c5. Because
Oh,
d6 is not possible, the queen
very nice
pings. What a
variation.
cute tactic.
Yes, very nice
And
variation.
don't
I
forget
like
that
it.
I'm threatening queen b8 check.
Check. Yes, also. Right, right. So this
Wow.
was very nice. Actually, yes. So after knight a5, the c5 move is really nice. Oh, no, not queen e2.
Yeah.
c5, right? And this variation was really important, by
Yes,
the way,
for
for
sure.
white, because if not this variation, knight b no, here, sorry,
dc5.
dc5, right?
Yeah, and after knight b3,
Very important
rook
that white
b1.
has this variation.
Guys, keep doing your puzzle rush.
All right.
Keep doing your puzzle rush. Knight c5, queen b5, and the black knight on c5 has nowhere to go, and white is just winning here actually. Black
Right.
might be forced to sacrifice, but of course white is just a piece up here. So bishop d3 and white slightly better. What?
So white wants to play knight e2, right? Simple, right?
Mhm.
Right on the next move. Knight e2, short castle.
We will
or
wait.
not?
We'll probably wait.
First, we will see. Yes, we will play knight e2, and then we will see.
Yeah.
So, what do you think? What what now Gledura wants to do? Okay, knight a5 is one candidate move. How about long castle? Do you like this move or not?
Long castle is very much possible, but I'm always afraid to commit castling somewhere, because now, for example,
Against
c5,
right?
and I'm just opening up your king side, and my king on e1. It's you don't know as black, because if you start attacking here, I might just go king d2, king c2, and be like, okay, I tricked you.
Honestly, I prefer white in this
Yeah.
position.
So guys, I think we will say that white is slightly better. Let's quickly check other games.
Let's do.
We have one result in the first 30 minutes. Arvind has drawn his game against Yakubboev.
Yes.
Very surprising. So I'm not sure what was happening there. Sam Sevian's game is what is very interesting for me.
Let's
1
see
second
what is
to
happening
get his
here.
camera.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, let's see what is happening here. Oh, again e4, e6. Again French defense. Nice.
Lilith, yeah.
Yes, I like it. I'm French defense player, that's why I like it. Okay, d4, d5. And by the way, again Jonas is like it was yesterday, right? Against Xu, again French defense, and again, by the way, advanced variation. So let's see what Samuel has prepared against advanced variation, bishop d7. Again, by the way, this had, yesterday also this happened, bishop e2. And as we remember, yesterday Xu played knight e7.
This is very interesting, Lilith, because
yes, it means Samuel prepared something.
Yeah, and also if you remember, he did the same against Hovhannisyan, where Arvind had played the classical opening and Sevian did it again. And
by the way, excellent. Yes, excellent point, right? Yes. You mentioned, yes. So it means that Samuel is very flexible.
Yeah.
Very flexible. Okay, so and f6 variation. Okay, by the way, this is a very tricky variation, f6. Yes.
But of course, Bjerre is well prepared. Castles. Take. Knight takes, d takes,
and queen c7. Yes, this is the main move. This is the main move. Actually, I also played this.
Oh, with black?
With black.
Oh,
wow.
I
was crushed in 20 moves. Oh. 2 years ago,
Okay, so
against very strong play, Tsolaki to Stavrola.
She's Greece.
From Greece. She's very strong, and I was just crushed in 20 minutes. I got checkmated.
Okay, let's see how we can improve by looking at Sevian's game.
Yes.
He goes long castles.
And a4, exactly this happened in my game. Actually, this is a very, very tricky move. Yes, a4. The idea that at some point, white wants to play knight a3 and knight b5 and attack game.
Just go attack, all in.
If you are not prepared as black, this can be nightmare. Okay, but I think Samuel is prepared. Yes, because this a4 is quite popular nowadays. So okay, I will learn now how to.
Yeah, and queen e5. By the way, look at Sevian's clock. He has all of this prepared. Knight a3. He blitzes out knight f6.
Knight f6.
Bishop f3, and again blitzes out knight e4.
So maybe after this game, I will study this variation again very deeply.
Sam has definitely prepped all of this. Yes, the 30-minute time advantage on the clock. He's not even on the board. He's like, I know all of this. Why should I even think? Yeah.
By the way, excellent preparation. Yeah. Excellent preparation from Samuel. Very good.
And-
Okay.
And now, black is a pawn up. He's ready to go bishop d6, even h5, h4. White has to be careful now.
White has, yeah, in such kind of position, I think g3, bishop
Yeah,
f4.
it's very logical.
I mean, could be an idea, could be. Let's check if g3.
Maybe g5 black will play.
You want just g5 and stopping bishop, f4, right?
Maybe it's possible.
Now let's check g5. Yes,
Yeah.
could be.
And it's a very interesting position.
Very interesting. And if white jumps knight b5, how do you want to
I just
respond?
will go a6.
Just you want to go a6.
Yeah. And now my king is very safe because you're the only piece trying to attack my king, but it's very safe. My bishop is also nicely.
But do you want then to take the knight?
Yes, because
Just you are
because my
ready to-
pawn protects your bishop from coming to f4, and I think that a takes b5 is a threat now. So after knight e4, Lilith, Bjerre has thought for how much? 5 minutes, and he's still thinking.
He's still thinking. I think he will take his time because he was. I think he was not prepared. He was not expecting this variation from Sam. I think excellent choice from Samuel.
Yeah, Samuel has played. Very good opening so far.
Very
Yes,
good opening.
and now finally the result of Arvind's game has been updated. So I'll refresh the bar, as you can hear that sound. Yes, draw between Arvind and Yakubboev, as we mentioned. So we saw 3 games. Arvind's game, which ended in a draw.
All right.
Pragg's game, where we said he is slightly better.
Better, right?
And Sevian here, he's not better.
But he's well prepared.
He's
He
very
knows,
well prepared.
Yes, he knows these variations. I mean, he knows.
Oh my God! Look at this move.
What
Knight
happened?
c4.
Oh, what
Wow.
a nice move. Let's see what is this. Knight c4, very nice one actually. Okay, so it means that if black takes takes c4,
Then rook takes e4 will come, and then the bishop is going to come to f4, and all of white's pieces are just in perfect harmony.
all right. So knight, so d takes c4. Of course, black will not take. Queen is under attack. So queen c7 maybe.
Yeah, queen c7 looks actually not so good according to the
According
engines.
to the engine, but why? What do you think? Why it's not that great?
Let's say bishop takes e4,
Takes
d takes
back.
e4,
Mhm.
and I'm suspecting queen g4 or queen e2.
Somehow white needs a bishop
Exactly.
f4. How
And
to
I feel
prepare
queen
that?
g4 might be also a very powerful move, just threatening queen e4 followed by bishop f4.
right? Let's rook e4 is a blunder,
Yeah,
right?
rook e4.
And rook e4, disco is coming. Rook e4 is a blunder because of bishop c6. It's not working. That's why Raja is suggesting queen g4, then taking with the queen, but the most important, preparing bishop f4. Okay, so it means that queen c7 is not a good move.
But he played already. He blitzed out queen to f5.
F5, okay.
Yeah.
I think queen f6 with the same idea, right? Bishop e4 maybe.
Yeah, because we want to protect this pawn on
Right.
e4.
Right.
So black played queen to f5, and I have a feeling that Sevian just has everything prepared here. So this game might actually be in black's favor right now, because Bjerre is going to feel the pressure of his preparation. Let's quickly also check the other 2 games, Lilith.
Yes, let's do.
Let's check first Hakobyan versus Xu Xiangyu, because what a crazy opening.
Oh, what is this position, right?
Oh la la.
Let's check how we got this position actually. So white played knight f3,
Yeah.
knight f6, g3 ready, and b5.
Yeah.
Very aggressive choice from
B5,
Aram.
and this was actually becoming very popular as black, and I think that there have been some developments in theory here, but black is like, I could go b6, but maybe b5, just stopping c4 as well, and then with the same idea of bishop b7, white goes knight a3, hitting the pawn.
I have such feeling seeing these opening moves, Raja, that Aram is, although he has black pieces, but he's ready to fight, because if he wins, he catches the leader.
He catches the leader actually.
Yes, he catches
And
the
Xu
leader.
Xiangyu is not doing so well in the second half.
Right.
So Hakobyan trying to play something aggressive.
Oi, bishop a6.
And after 23 minutes of thought, Xu Xiangyu plays c5.
c5. But what is this? First of all, Raja, what is this c6 move? This a little This looks a little bit. I mean, to me, a6 looks
Yeah,
more
the problem
natural.
with a6 is that I
Yes.
will play c4 now. And
Mm-hmm.
what do you do?
And what? So this means that this is very concrete, right?
Yeah, this is a concrete, and this is kind of well known already, because now if you go b4,
You
white
play
will go
knight
knight
c2.
c2, and
Yes.
c5 can always be met with pawn to d4, and white has just gained space in the center.
Okay, that's why actually black played c6 from the first glance. This doesn't look that
Exactly.
I mean that great, right? c6. But okay, I mean it's obvious that Aram is familiar with all these ideas. Still c4, by the way.
c4.
And what is this move? Bishop? This looks. I don't.
This is insane, guys.
This looks to me not like
This is a mysterious move, yeah.
Yes.
And I think that's the whole point, that if you go b4, knight c2 comes with a
Again,
tempo,
with the same idea.
and then d4 and white gets space.
Okay.
And you
But why
don't
not
want to go
a6?
a6, because this just feels weird with this pawn structure. And I have a feeling that after d4 here, and bishop g2 next, white has a very comfortable position in Catalan. Even bishop g2 immediately.
Right?
And
Yes, bishop g2 maybe immediately. But bishop a6, I'm sure this is engine
sure.
engine CJ, because I mean c6 and bishop a6, I think
it's weird, yeah.
It's weird. Right?
I was expecting b3 to have been played by Xu, but he played c5 here, which is just a very bold move, gaining space. But at the same time, now the pawn on c5 can of course be challenged with d6.
Right.
C takes d6, and
how do you take
I
back
feel
here?
just e takes d6 is possible in this position. Bishop e7, short castle. Of course, we can even take with the queen actually. No. What else? E6. And now bishop d6 castles looks interesting.
Okay.
Wow.
But d6 is very, very logical.
And Gurpreet Singh finds it. He says d6 is possible. Exactly.
Right. No, but I think yes, d6 Aram will play, because what other move do we have?
And we have a very nice comment by Dinesh Kumar. He says the knight on b8 is parked in the garage. It has nowhere to go right now.
Yes, it's true. That's why we think that d6, right? That we
d6
finally square for the knight. Yes, d6. So what can white do after? d6 is very logical. I think d6 will be played. So if d6, c takes d6 looks, because otherwise what, right? Black wants just to take.
Yeah, and I think b4 is just like too much. I don't think that this is normal.
No, right.
Because it feels a bit weakening somehow, this position.
Right.
So after c5, I have a feeling d6, c takes d6, e6, and we might get to see this position happening on the board. Bg2, bishop takes d6, and somehow I prefer black's position here, Lilith.
Really?
Because I feel like black has
because
developed
of this knight also, right?
Yeah, the
this
knight
is a little bit awkward, right?
The knight on the rim is dim.
Right. But I think even instead of e6, I like your e takes d6 move also.
Yeah,
looks
it's very normal.
Very normal, right? Bishop g2, then developing this bishop, castling, right?
Exactly.
Looks completely fine.
So Aram here after c5 is thinking, but I have a feeling that he is definitely trying to play for a win. He does not want to draw with black. If he gets a chance, he's going to try to beat Xu Xiangyu.
Right, because it's very important for him. Because if he can win today with black,
he joins Arvind.
And tomorrow with white, so he can push against very good chances to fight for the first place.
Yeah.
Okay. So what do we have up? Pragg's game, let's again check.
Yes, let's just quickly go to...
Robert's game. Robert's game we haven't checked yet, right?
But actually, before we get to check that game, it seems like everything is being traded in this game.
But white is a pawn up?
Yeah,
no?
Let's just check this quickly.
Yes.
They played the Sicilian sorry, what? It was actually...
4 knights.
4 knights opening.
Okay.
Bishop b4, knight c6, bc6, bishop d3, d5, ed5, castles.
And this bishop g4, right? This is quite popular nowadays.
This has become very popular now, Lilith. F3, bishop h5. Black is just trying to force the draw from the opening.
Exactly.
bc, check.
All this well known, right?
Chop.
Right.
We can just even check, we can see here, Lilith, that Carlsen Hikaru,
Yes.
Xu Xiangyu Levon,
Yes.
Nakamura Ding, many games in this
Many
position.
games. Yes.
Queen
Well
C3,
known variation actually.
Bishop F4,
But look at the clock. Look at the clock. Robert is blitzing.
blitzing, he knows.
Yes, he knows all the stuff. Maybe he has some
Small
interest-
idea.
Yes,
Yeah.
small idea in his mind.
A6, Queen E5, Bishop G6,
Mhm.
takes.
Blitzing out all these moves, by the
Yeah,
way.
all of this has been blitzed out, guys, and I have a feeling that if black is slightly accurate in this position, the game might just end in a draw in a few moves.
I agree with you, but also don't forget, Raja, that Robert is a master of endgames.
Yeah, he's,
So if he has even small edge in endgame, he will push until the end.
yeah.
But okay, yesterday he had a very tough day.
Yeah, yesterday
This,
he had a big heartbreak actually.
right.
So today he maybe just wanted to play a slightly better position, no risk.
No risk, yes. But I think he will push because he likes, end games.
So slightly better for Hovhannisyan, but I predict this game to end in a draw. And then I'm curious about Pragg's game because we saw this game after the move Bishop D3 and Knight H5
Knight
was
H5
played.
instead of Knight A5 actually, right? Knight H5 has been played. Black wants to play Knight F4. And how about Knight E2, Raja? If I play just Knight E2,
yeah, no, Lilith, you're absolutely right. Knight E2 is a very good move.
developing the knight and just Knight F4. I don't think now is that great.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's easy to play with white somehow, and actually Knight E2 has been played by Pragg.
Yes, Knight E2 very natural. And again we have this question, right? Knight A5 or not here?
Knight A5. This is an ongoing debate for us if Knight A5 is a good move or not.
But against
C5, I have a feeling.
C5, yes, against
And
C5.
I think the same line that we discussed, white can just take back D takes
And
C5.
again, Knight B3 is the same story,
yeah,
right?
Rook B1, Knight takes C5, and now Queen D4 is possible because it hits the Rook on H8 and the Knight on C5.
Right.
So
but I like your Queen B5 also,
Queen
right?
B5 is just very cute actually.
Yes, this also we already learned from you. This Queen B5.
This is a very cute trick actually. And
Yeah.
after Knight E2, Lilith, actually yesterday night after the commentary, I was doing some puzzle rush after a very long time.
Oh.
I wanted to,
That's why you are so short today.
So I feel great today.
Yes.
Knight E2 and Benjamin has been thinking for more than... Actually, okay, he just started thinking in this position.
Yes. But, okay. The main question, right, Raja?
Where will the king go?
Yes. Long castle or...
Let's try short castles. Just to see what happens. I have a feeling white will just go H4.
Immediately, right? H4, trying to open H file. Yes.
Yeah. And when this kind of attack comes, we already know that boom, bam is going to happen. Queen D2, something here, dushkyao, and some attack is going to come.
Right. No, this is too dangerous. Yes. But, okay, we discussed that long castle also doesn't look that great.
Yeah, because of C5.
We like this C5 move very much,
and
right?
actually, if we just see this variation, BD3, Queen D3, if you take this pawn on C5, guys, white wins in 2 moves. Can you find it? White to play.
This is suicide, right?
This is suicide, guys. But why is white winning? Maybe D takes C5 back.
Oh.
You can even castle, but is there a better move?
Right.
Let's see if our spectators are also sharp enough today.
Yes.
Yes, Sekharji is the first one who finds it. Rorona says Queen A7. Bhai, that is illegal. You cannot go with the Queen to A7. Yeah, and many people now, Sunil, Pat Hoig, Sakar, Saurabh Shukla, Manas, JC, Gurpreet Singh, many people have found this actually today. He's like, I don't know the notations, but I think you got the right idea. Queen to A6 check is the right idea, guys.
Crashing.
After King B8, the Rook will come to B1 and King 8, Queen B7 is just checkmate here. So that's why Knight E2, Benjamin has played the move
Rook
G8.
Waiting move, I think, Raja.
I like to call these moves like cryptic moves. Like it's very hard to understand what this move means.
Move,
Yeah, just waiting.
Waiting move. I think black is just waiting to see whether white will castle short or not. And this question, of course, I will give you, Raja. Do you want to castle short, or you also want to wait?
No, actually,
What do you want to
this
do?
is a slightly inaccurate move according to the engines.
Yes.
And
But
I have a
why?
feeling that the best move is just H4.
But then G4
But then G4 is
could
what
be.
you want.
Yes. Maybe
Yeah.
this is his idea.
Mhm. So he wants to meet H4 with G4.
G4 could be.
So does
I
that
mean,
mean that somehow I should go G4 myself?
Interesting.
Right?
Interesting.
And now I
Yes.
want to, but look at my pawns, Lid. I've like 1, 2, 3, like all of these pawns towards the
But
center.
okay, it's interesting idea. Let's see. G4, knight is under attack.
Uh-huh.
So what should black play? By the way, very
Mhm.
interesting. Because if knight F4, then F4. So let's check first, of course, knight F4 move.
Yeah, then I wanted to take.
And you want to tell that F4 is a weakness, right?
Yeah, and I was actually wanting to go something like Queen D2, Queen put pressure here. H4 is a move, and now just look at all these pawns. This is crazy.
Right,
Okay,
right.
Okay, this is one idea, but there is a better move.
Maybe Queen D2.
Queen
But no.
D2.
Queen D2, knight A5 then. I
Knight
think.
A5
Knight A5 and
knight
this.
B3 ideas. Uh-huh.
Right. So what can we
maybe
do?
C5, Lilith. Time to go C5. Bishop D3, Queen D3.
Let's see.
B takes C5. D takes C5. No, not D takes C5. And just castles or something like this.
This is just sacrificing.
This is very interesting actually. Because
yes,
I have very good center. Your king does not really know where it wants to go. If you go here, I'm coming here.
Right.
You cannot castle because you already played rook G8.
So white definitely has compensation for the pawn. Okay, so C5 is one idea, of course. After rook G8, Pragg is still. Pragg will take his time because this is important moment.
Guys,
right?
this is a big moment in Pragg's game. He's thinking here, do you have any suggestions? Because the engine gives white an advantage. Me and Lilith are trying to figure out what's the best move here.
So C5 is one good idea. What else can be played? Can we castle? Just let's check this move also.
That's the best move, Lilith.
According to evaluation, but just simple.
Just simple chess.
Right?
But if he goes G4, what did you want?
I wanted F4 maybe even, not F4. What do you think?
Actually, here you might even tactically have some F takes G4, rook takes G4, and knight G3 move here. Might just be very powerful here, Lilith.
And if takes?
If takes, I have both options which are very promising. Queen G4, but also just simply bishop takes G3 is very promising for me because the rook opens up. This bishop is being a rocket here. Queen is going to come to H5. And black is just in big trouble here.
Okay, and I want to check F4 move also, which looks also very good. By the way, Raja, F4 also looks quite good.
And Bashir Ahmed finds the move D5. Great job. That's the best move.
Which move?
Castles.
Castles. Yes.
Yeah.
Just maybe simple, right? Because we are not afraid of G4, and we are saying if we are waiting you to long castle, and then we play just C5.
So actually, guys, if Pragg finds this move, short castles, he gets a serious advantage.
And it's easy to play. After where is our castle here?
Yeah.
After castle, it's easier to play with white, right?
Yeah, short castles is best.
And I think after short castle, our next move is
C5 for sure. Yes. So Pragg has to find short castles here. He has 10 minutes, 12 minutes time lead, so he can definitely spend some time because...
Actually very important for Pragg, right? Because if he wins...
He catches the leader.
He catches Arvind, right?
And especially for Pragg, Lilith, this tournament is very important. He came here to Bjerre to play Stepan Avagyan because he wants GP points.
Right.
He really wants to establish a big lead between him, he's actually leading the FIDE GP point circuit right now, and he wants to increase that lead even more.
And who is on the second place?
I'm actually not sure, to be very honest with you, but I think it's Fabi, but I'm not. Actually, Ding Liren is also there because he got GP point. He got these points because he played the World Championship match.
Ah,
So he
okay.
has some points from that. But
So it means, Raja, if for Prague, it's of course for other players, it's just a very strong tournament. For Prague, is
yeah,
very important.
he has a lot at stake here for Prague,
Mhm.
because he wants to qualify for candidates,
Right,
Lilith.
right,
And
of course,
that's obviously the biggest tournament for everyone
for everyone.
who is trying to play the World Championship cycle. And who knows, maybe if Prague qualifies for candidates, potentially we can get Prague versus Gukesh.
Yes, might be. Yes, very realistic, by the way.
Okay, so here, guys, this is the live position. Castles is the best move for Prague. Lilith, in the meantime, is there any other game? Sevian
Let's check.
game, maybe?
Let's Sevian. Yes, I'm very curious about our French defense.
Yeah, and I'll just get their cameras here. Yes, we have them.
So Queen F5, we remember that has been played quite fast, right? And Knight E3. Okay. Knight E3 and Queen G6.
And I have a feeling that if he played this move Queen to E5, I think Bjerre would have repeated.
Would have repeated.
I'm sure that Bjerre would have gone for a draw with 40 minutes less on the clock. He would have been like, okay, Sevian, you just know everything here. Let me just make a draw. And also Sevian, slightly higher rated, very, very experienced player as actually.
Yes.
He goes for Queen G6.
He goes for Queen G6. Okay, let's understand, Raja.
Lilith, I think he's going to win today. I think Sevian is in a very good mood today. He has played the French defense, but he's not in a defensive mood. He's in an attacking
mode, right? Only the one concern that Sevian had a very tough game yesterday. I mean, he could win, right?
Yeah, but when you're so close, it's very good, because when it's a very good sign that he's getting very close to winning positions, because now he just needs this one win, and after that everything will flow.
Okay, let's hope. Actually, I'm a big fan of Samuel.
Yeah, he's a very nice guy.
He's a very nice guy, yes, and I'm a big fan of him. Okay, so Queen G6.
And no moves yet.
Yes, let's see. Because
white,
this knight is a little bit awkward
knight
here.
Is awkward, right? There. And knight G4
knight
played,
G4
but not accurate.
Not accurate, yes. But let's understand why. Knight, I mean, we understand this move, because now white wants to play knight E5, right? But evaluation bar is not that happy with this move. Why? Right, John.
Is it possible that black just goes back knight F6? No, knight F6, knight E5. This is bad. This is bad.
So knight if after queen
F5. What?
Oh, Samuel, what are you doing? Maybe he's also very, very tired, right? I mean, this can be.
Oh my God.
Right,
are we going to get two quick draws?
Okay, it's possible, because don't forget, Samuel is also very tired. Not Arvind. They played this long game yesterday, right?
But Lilith, you have to fight. You have to fight. It doesn't matter. Like in these events, if you have to win after Queen G6, I really hope that Samuel finds a move after knight G4, because yes, I mean,
honestly, I'm not that sure.
But you should. I think black should fight. You have a 45-minute time advantage on the clock, and you have a slightly better position. Why to make a draw?
I think he's just too tired. Like Arvind, Arvind. Arvind's game was more surprising for us, right?
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm very surprised today if Sevian repeats, but I don't think he will repeat.
He repeated already. I think he repeated. He repeated. Okay, maybe that we don't have a rest day in our tournament. This affects, our players also. That just to have a rest now and fight in last 3 games, because Samuel will have 2 whites.
Yeah, but I mean, if just think about it.
Yes, they are repeating.
No, but Lilith, just bishop E8. Yeah, just keep playing somehow. I mean, you're even better with white here, with black.
Okay, bishop E8. Okay, very interesting.
I mean, I obviously don't want to give my bishop on E8.
You're right.
I'm just a pawn up. I really hope.
But how did you find bishop E8? Not an easy move, by the way.
I mean, because I don't want to exchange the bishop, Lilith.
I see. And if now knight E5, you just play So there is not I mean, it's not that great
Oh,
now,
by
right?
the way, after knight g4, this is the moment where Sevian has to decide whether he will play bishop e8 or not, because otherwise it will be too late.
You're right.
And
Right.
I hope he does not make a draw, Lilith, because this is the perfect chance, like you have to just take this opportunity.
Let's wait. Let's see. And let's show our viewers that bishop d6,
Would be a
unfortunately.
great move, but for white actually.
For white, actually, because, yes, just idea to stop knight e5, but not good. Maybe our chat.
Yeah, no, our chat. Let's see if they can find this move, guys. Bishop d6 is a big
d6
blunder.
is a big blunder.
Let's see what they say.
Yes.
Here.
Let's see what they say, and we are waiting for some.
So you think he will make a draw, or what's your prediction?
Yes. Because I think he's too tired, I think he's too tired.
Let's see what happens in their game. In the meantime, guys, bishop d6 is a blunder. Because of...
Why it's a blunder? And we are
bishop
waiting.
takes knight. Yes, Kartik Ram is the first one who finds it. And then Gurpreet Singh also finds it.
Yes.
D takes e4. And now queen takes d6. Yes, I'm losing my knight on g4, but say hello to my bishop on f4,
Right,
Lilith.
right.
Queen c7 is just checkmate.
Right.
Yeah, Himanshu Pathak, great job, guys.
Excellent, yes.
And that's why after knight g4,
bishop e8 is
bishop
your
e8
suggestion. And
you
actually
should play
this
this
is...
move.
Yes, this looks... Because knight e5, now it's just queen f5 back, right? You play.
And look, actually Sevian has not made his move. So he's thinking.
He's thinking.
He's like, no, I hope he says like... And when you repeat twice, it's a very good feeling, because if you're playing with, let's say for example, I'm playing with you and I am worse and I repeat twice, I get excited that maybe you're repeating a draw, but then you say no, so it feels like you're just taking a candy out of a kid's mouth here, because this could be smart actually by Sevian to repeat twice and then go bishop e8.
But maybe he doesn't feel that he's already better. This is also a question, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Let's wait.
Okay, let's see what happens in this game.
We are very excited. We are looking at the camera.
Yeah, we are actually just very curious what
Yes,
happens, because we don't know. Pragg has made a move.
Yes, let's see.
Oh, he has not made a move actually.
No,
not yet. Okay.
Not yet.
So Pragg is thinking Kollars's game.
Yes.
He's actually made a small mistake.
Yes, let's
I will
see
get
what
the
is...
camera here. 1 second. Kollars, yes, he just played the move rook c6. And Lilith, you said that Hovhannisyan is a big endgame expert. I have a feeling that today he's going to show why he's an expert.
Yes. I have this feeling also.
But what will he play with white?
Because let's see. Why evaluation bar, right? It's like this.
Because black could just play here knight b4. No, knight b4 is not good.
It's not good. But why it's not good? Knight b4, let's understand. Maybe it's time to take on d6,
take,
right?
And c4, I think, would give white a good advantage.
Not c3, but c4, right?
Yeah.
Maybe c3 even. All right, yeah. This might be also a move.
Yeah, also white is just a
but
pawn.
But I like c4. I like your move.
Yeah, I mean, if we can push it 2 squares,
just push
it.
Exactly. And okay, so if knight b4 was not great, so rook c6.
Yeah, that was played.
According to evaluation bar, also not that great. But let's understand why.
Yeah, can I go rook b1 here? But then you go rook c8. Okay, so there is some accurate.
So
move.
rook c6 we understand. Black wants to double the rooks. This is a weak pawn, right? Extra pawn, but weak pawn.
Is it possible that it is a move like bishop e2 back and saying that, okay, yes, you can take my pawn on c2, but now I have 2 bishops and maybe white has some small edge in this position also.
With pair of bishops,
Pair of bishops,
right?
yeah.
Might be. So might be bishop e2 is a move. Might be. What else do we have?
Bishop e4 is, of course, a move.
I have one question for you. If I take... You take back, right? And if I play c4.
Now rook c8, Lilith.
Now you play rook c8. So this is not good at all, because this rook c8 move, yes, is just
problematic. Yeah.
Problematic.
Actually, after rook c6, I find this move bishop e4 to be interesting.
Okay.
But the problem is that you will take.
Right.
Take. you will put your knight on c3,
blocking this pawn
yeah,
and attacking
this,
pawn.
and now a rook on a1 is also semi-trapped.
And also knight e2.
Yeah.
Look what is going on here. Okay, and if I play rook e1, let's continue one more.
Rook e1, I have a feeling that in this position, black can just play the move rook to d8, Lilith, because you cannot play rook d1, and now black will enter with rook to d2, and black is just very comfortable.
Very comfortable. I agree that black doesn't have any problem, right? If bishop e5, now you
d2.
Penetrate with the rook.
I just penetrate here.
Yes.
And rook on the 7th rank, everyone knows is the best rank for the rook to be. So rook c6, white is better.
White is better, but white
not clear.
Not clear.
Yeah.
So you suggested rook b1 move, which
bishop
looks
e2
very,
also.
Yes, which is very logical. But after rook c8, we still can't see what to do, right? Rook c8, because now actually bishop d3 is a threat. Okay, not that easy. You see, we know the evaluation.
It's still not easy.
It's still not easy. It's still not easy.
I mean, unless it is a move like bishop e1, bishop d2. And now we are just protecting our rook on c1.
All right.
And this is another way to play this position.
Could be.
And we also stop this knight c3 business.
All right.
So after rook c6, I have a feeling that Hovhannisyan is going to think for a long time in this position.
Yes.
Because he has several options. One is bishop e1, bishop e2 is one, rook b1 is one, and he has to choose which move he likes the best.
Exactly. But yes, and also, he should see what to do against rook c8.
Yeah, of course.
Because rook c6, the idea is simple. Black wants just to double.
Yeah.
Okay.
So right now we have Sevian, who is thinking whether
to draw or not. Let's check.
He's not made a draw yet. And I think he will play bishop e8 for sure, Lilith. He is a very experienced player.
Okay.
He's in a good mood. And, in this position, white-black does not matter because, a lot of moves have been made. And black is just very comfortable. So.
Okay, let's see. He's thinking, of course. He can't decide, right? He can't decide go for a draw or just or to play.
Yeah, what is happening in the game of Hakobyan actually?
Oh, yes, for a long time we haven't checked this game.
So we'll actually check this one game, Lilith, and then we have 4 videos that the organizers have prepared to show for us. So after this game, we'll take a small break to show that video.
Okay. So c5, and now we were expecting d6 move, right? Which is very logical and natural. But Aram fought for almost 20 minutes, Raja, and Queen a5 has been played. What is this move? Can you explain?
I'm not a fan of this move.
Explain to us. So idea is simple. Black wants to play b4 and win.
Yeah, I mean I have a feeling even bishop g2 is not bad. Because b4, knight c2, queen c5, yes, you win my pawn, but I just have so much more lead in development, even like this move. Like, I'm even not making good moves. And even this position, I would prefer white.
The position is closed, right?
But I will open it now.
You will try to open it, right? Okay.
So, actually, I have a feeling that this move, queen e5, was very ambitious. Knight c2 played trying to go b4, very logical.
Very logical.
b4 played by Hakobyan.
Yes, Aram wants to take the pawn.
And now Xu Xiangyu is like, yes, you just pushed your pawn to b4, but I'm just going to go a3. Oh. If you take b3, b4 just gives white a winning advantage.
Right. This is very strong,
and
actually.
After queen c5, knight takes b4, bishop b5, d3, e6, bishop g2. White is just having a very good position. Because the bishop on b5 is misplaced.
Right?
We are going to see the same, yeah? That also.
Exactly. Because, what is doing bishop on b5? So, if we don't like this, so we have question, right? Then, why not bishop b7?
By the way, could white in this position also take with the pawn, Lilith?
Let's check. Okay. But the bishop is not hanging, right? Queen b6.
Yeah, okay, you go queen b6. And now I can, after d3, bishop e3, that also comes with a tempo.
So you want to play d3. Very nice idea, by the way, because everything, as you said, is
comes with the tempo, yeah.
And how to develop this bishop, actually?
Because, if you go e6, Lilith, I'm never afraid to give up this pawn. like bishop g2, and you just cannot take this pawn, because if you take this pawn, I take, and I just go bishop d2, and white is just, very. These are the kind of positions I love playing.
You love, right?
Queen b4, this is a big blunder, because rook b1 followed by bishop b4 is just going to be lights out on this dark squares.
Right. Okay, honestly, I wanted here, yes, I don't want to play e6 somehow. I'm thinking to develop my bishop g6,
G6
How about this side?
G6 is a very decent idea, but white is very comfortable, right? Bishop g2,
yes,
bishop g7, I will castle, you will castle.
Right.
And where is your knight going? I'm going to develop this with a tempo. Queen d2, rook a3, rook a1. White is just easily better.
So you want to say that a7 pawn is a weak
a7
pawn.
is weak. Your pieces are undeveloped.
Okay, I mean, if I go, okay, for example, queen c7, right?
Just queen d2.
Just queen d2. And what is doing bishop here, knight here, and pawn here, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
So I would have definitely taken in this position Lilith after instead of knight takes b4 with the pawn on b4.
With the pawn,
Yeah.
right?
But knight b4 also good. Bishop b5, d3, and this is the live position. And Xu Xiangyu actually slightly better. And the clock situation also says that Hakobyan maybe just was a bit too ambitious.
Too ambitious, right? Okay, but of course he wants to fight, right? He wants to fight, and that's why he chose this opening, this variation. But let's continue our discussion. I'm so curious, Raja.
Yeah.
Okay, because we are thinking that bishop on b5 is misplaced, right? Can I play a5 here?
a5, bishop e3, and now your queen has to go to some awkward square.
Okay. I agree with you, but let me see where to put my queen. If I go queen h5, also it's a bit.
It's not the best place.
But let's try.
And now I'll go knight c2.
Knight c2. Okay. At least you know a6 square I have
Actually,
for my
in this
bishop.
position, I have a crazy idea. Let me see if it works.
You want to trap my queen, right?
Yes, I want to just trap your queen, Lilith. I'm trying to see if that's
h3
possible.
g4.
Another idea is actually to go knight a2 and put the knight to c3.
Oh, right. This is nice actually. Yes.
And this is another way to play this position, and white is
because then if bishop a6, knight a4, b6, right?
Exactly.
Is this idea? Oh, knight a2, very classy move.
Classy move.
Classy move, right?
So
okay.
Bishop g2, Hakobyan is thinking, because if you just make this move bishop e7 after bishop e3,
then again
queen h5, h3, white is just putting a lot of pressure on this queen on h5.
Right. Okay, so then let's think, Raja, how to find good square after your move, after no.
Yeah, this happened, bishop g2.
How to find good square for our queen?
I think you have to play knight d5 here. But this is also not so good, yeah?
And how about just this move? I don't d5, yes.
It's risky, but
because
possible.
I thought if bishop b3, I want to go queen d6
and go c5, yeah.
Yes, c5 and a5. I mean, let's see.
But maybe I can go rook c1 now.
Rook c1. You want bishop c5?
I want to just put my bishop on c5 and follow it up with a4.
Okay, 1 minute. Then let's play knight d7. If
knight d7, if you play in this position, then knight d4 is just very big advantage.
Oh yes, I missed this. Yes, knight d4 and this is just crushing.
So
maybe a5, but you want to play bishop c5, e5. Okay.
Yes, a5. I want to go bishop c5 in this position, and say that this is one interesting way to continue.
And it looks like white.
Look is slightly better for white.
Is yes.
And he made a move. He played queen b6.
Okay.
And he wants to meet bishop e3 with bishop to c5.
Actually, I like this.
Yeah, this
I like, yes, because we didn't know what to do with our queen. Aram found the way, right?
But what if I castle? What will you play?
Somehow I like this a5. I don't know why, but I like this move.
Yeah, maybe this is a good idea, Lilith. But bishop e3.
Bishop b3. Okay, bishop c5.
Yeah, but I thought then now after I take.
And again knight a2 or rook c1.
And I guess I go queen d2 here. Tricky.
Right? Okay.
I'm very
okay.
tricky today, Lilith. If
Yes,
you take my
yes,
knight
yes.
on
But
before
and you opened your secret why you are so sharp today, right?
e8 takes
Puzzle
b4,
rush.
I'm hitting the queen and the rook on 8. That's why after queen d2.
But Raja, you did puzzle rush before our round also, right?
Yes,
Maybe.
yes. No, today I did not do it, but yesterday I was enjoying myself. I was listening to music and just doing some puzzle rush. So I had some fun yesterday.
Okay. So what happened? It happened castle. Actually, we have
Bishop
bishop
E7.
e7. Okay.
But now if I go bishop e3, and if you play bishop c5, I'm just a tempo up.
Yes. No.
So you cannot go here.
It
Queen
means
c7.
that queen
No,
somewhere.
it's not easy. Queen, where will you play, Lilith?
Maybe he wants to play c5.
No way.
No. Oh no.
I mean, possible, but
But,
it's possible, but it's very risky.
Actually, Angel.
But I'm very surprised because a4 is also possible in this position. Trying to win your bishop on c6.
Right.
So actually, if c5 is his idea, that's very brave.
This very brave. I agree. Because now this rocket bishop is
has opened up.
Is opened, right? And if a4, yes, by the way, very, very important. Maybe bishop c6 still. And knight c6, knight takes c6.
Yeah, bishop
Let's
c6.
check.
And now,
knight takes c6, knight takes c6, right?
And white has bishop pair, but maybe
But
b2 is slightly weak.
B2
And
pawn is
here,
weak.
maybe this is one position where after knight e5, like maybe castles and not castles. What can black play here?
Maybe d5. Maybe d5.
No, d5
Why
looks
not?
very risky to me.
Why? Because if knight takes c6, queen takes c6. Because okay, if not d5, Raja, I don't want to allow knight
d5 is
takes
possible.
And okay,
you're trying to hit the bishop and you do the same.
Yes. Because otherwise, we don't want to allow knight c6, d takes c6.
Because I feel whenever you play d5, something clicks in my brain. It tells me like your king is on e8. This is a pin, and something is clicking in my brain saying that
again this puzzle rush ideas.
I don't know why, but like
A5?
it like my brain tells me that this is not a good idea.
But why? Show us. Show us.
Let me think.
Yes. Show us. Prove it. Right.
Yeah, well, one idea is that I take queen c6 and I play something like queen c2, trying to go b4, b5.
Okay.
This is one idea.
This is one idea.
Let's see if I have something stronger than this.
Honestly, I was thinking some a5 to include.
Yeah, a5.
But I don't know it's good or not. Queen
b5.
And what now? I mean, why it's good. This, including this
Knight c6, queen c6.
And what now? Somehow c5 pawn is a weakness, right?
Exactly.
Yes, but how to...
And now queen c2 maybe. And the same idea, but maybe the pawn on a5 helps us. And b4 next.
And rook is coming to c1.
And rook comes to c1 and seems like white is doing well. By the way, this is happening. Bishop e3 has happened.
And we are expecting c5 move, right? I mean, what else?
Yeah, no.
Brave move from Aram.
Very brave from Aram. I don't know if he will play c5 or what he will play.
Raja.
Yes.
By the way, Robert played. Okay, c4. Oh.
Wow.
What a move. You were telling, right? Or you were telling that let's wait to see how Robert will prove his master class.
What a move, guys. We completely forgot about this. Even my puzzle rush could not find this move, puzzle rush preparation, because bishop t3 now, c takes d5, and of course after the bishop comes to c7 and pawn goes to d6. This reminds me of the game that happened yesterday in Norway between Fabi versus Vei.
Caruana, right? Yeah. Yes, actually very nice game from
Fabi won yesterday against Vei in a very nice opposite colored end game.
With pawn up, right?
And this kind of gives me very similar vibes to that game.
I have a feeling that, Kollars just missed this move.
Me too. For sure, I think that Kollars missed this. And he's down also more than 20 minutes on the clock, guys. So I have a feeling that Hovhannisyan after having a very tough day yesterday, might score his first win today.
All right.
But still a long way to go.
Rook c. By the way,
Yeah.
I wanted
Wow,
to suggest
rook
rook
c8.
c8. Yes, because tactical idea, right? There is not the
No.
the knight is not hanging. Yes. Okay.
So actually, white is better, but to prove this
Not
into
easy.
a win and to convert this will be
Not easy.
very long and tedious task.
I want to play bishop now. Your move. Raja.
Yeah, bishop
E2,
f1.
F1 or
But
E2?
bishop f1 immediately runs into knight e3, which is
yes.
a draw.
Yes, that's
So
why
bishop
I
e2
bishop E2
is actually a very decent idea here.
supporting C4
Yeah.
and keeping our pair of bishops.
This is actually a good idea,
Good
Lilith.
idea, right?
Because if I go knight e3 in this position, you can simply what can you play actually? Maybe just c5 is possible, because if you take, then the a6 pawn is hanging, and maybe to play something like this, bishop d6 is white's next move.
Okay.
And we might see a line where black takes, and here bishop takes a6.
And actually, this pawn is now
Alive and kicking. So
yes. So actually, yes, bishop. We are bishop e2. I think
will happen.
Will happen.
Yeah.
But knight d3 also. Knight d3. And you suggested here c5 tricky move, because now you want just to play bishop d6.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I think I want to. I said I want to go on a break, but I'm also curious now. Oh, bishop e2 played, by the way. Bishop
yes.
e2 played.
Bishop e2, yes.
And Hovhannisyan is putting big pressure on Kollars in this position.
Yes, he found this c4 bishop,
and bishop
e2, right?
Great job by Hovhannisyan.
Yes.
And I'm rooting for players who are struggling, but they still come back the next day with positive and fighting energy. Yesterday, I must tell everyone that after the tough loss, he was sitting there in the analysis board and analyzing his loss against Yakubboev, and which was very inspiring for me to see. Let's quickly check Pragg's game. And one second, guys, lot of moves here.
Yes, here we have. Okay, so castle has been played. Yes, it happened.
Knight f4.
Knight f4. This is actually
surprise.
Benjamin's idea.
Yeah.
Rook g8. Okay, he took, and now we are thinking that f4 actually is a weakness.
It's a weakness. And king h1, Pragg is very good with this king h1 move.
Right?
And knight a5 played, but guys, Pragg has a big advantage in this position. c5 seems like a very strong move. It's a very typical idea.
We learned from you this c5 already,
this
right?
Is a very
yes,
typical idea.
a5, we know that first move that we should check, it's c5.
Yes.
Yes, c5. So let's see. We are waiting for c5. Bishop takes d3, right?
Yeah.
Queen takes
d3.
Okay.
And the main point why white is better, Lilith, if I can just tell, is that the king has no good where to be.
Right.
If you go here, the queen has already an option of jumping to a6.
Right.
And if the king goes here, then your pawn on f4 is just very weak.
Right.
So knight a5, and if Pragg plays c5, he has.
Yes, Pragg is actually Pragg is thinking, right? Pragg is thinking. Let's see, but c5. I think he will play c5.
Yeah, I think he will go c5.
He will
it's
go.
Like
because what other move do we have? We have queen e2, which also looks normal. But
queen e2,
yes,
and queen a4 you don't want, because the bishop on d3 is just weak now, because if you push, this is just hanging.
Right. And queen a4, only defending c4 pawn.
Yeah,
this
not
we
so
don't
smart.
want.
Yeah.
This we don't want. I think queen e2 is decent, actually.
Queen e2 is decent, but
yes.
When you have initiative, when your opponent's pieces are not developed, the king is still in the center, you want to open the position. You want to take advantage of your initiative, because initiative is very short term. If you don't take advantage of this short term advantage, if black, let's say, castles and stabilizes himself, black is completely okay. So you have to break with c5.
I agree with you, and also maybe we want queen to be free in order to attack this pawn, right?
Because and played, and as we say this, Praggnanandhaa is like, I know, Harshit bhai, of course I have studied all of this myself. c5 played by Pragg.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Yes, and we are expecting bishop takes d3, queen takes d3, and then I don't know already.
I think even Benjamin doesn't know what to do here in this position.
Right?
Pragg's advantage is growing by every move, Lilith. Right. And if he wins, guys, he's going to join Arvind in the leaderboard. it's possible, Lilith, that after this round we have two Indians in the lead.
Right.
Who knows?
Who knows? Yes, who knows? But it's very realistic.
It's very much possible.
It's very much possible.
And we'll just take a small 5-minute break. I'll show a video that the organizers have showed me. BTech C5 played, and we will be back in just a few minutes.
Right.
We are back, guys. After that short break, hope you enjoyed that small video from Bjerre, where we are playing this tournament. And we have Praggnanandhaa on the screen. We left the position here at knight a5, hoping he plays this move c5, and he plays it.
Yes, he plays it. Let's see, Raja, very exciting. Okay, so bishop take this. Actually, this we expect.
But after bc5, guys, what a crazy continuation here by Pragg. He plays queen a6.
Okay. By the way, here we didn't know for black what to do, right?
Yeah.
Already, Raja. Because we were thinking that b takes c5. Okay, it's winning a pawn, but maybe it's...
I mean, I just thought that because you open this b file for the rook, it just feels like white has very good attacking chances. And that's what Pragg does. He invades with his queen to a6, maybe queen b7 ideas,
right.
Knight c6, and white plays rook b1. And you know, he has a very strong threat here, Lilith. You cannot take my pawn on d4.
Why?
Because I will play queen to b7. Because if rook b8, bam!
You saw again tactic.
Boom, bam.
You saw again tactic. Raja, but first let's just one question for you, because before this we were discussing here, right? D takes c5 move. So of course my question is for you: why not now taking the pawn?
And here, just to refresh the bars so that you guys have idea of the position. Yeah, D takes c5.
Yes, why not this move now? What do you think? Can black now take the pawn? I have this question again. Rook b1, knight c5. What is this?
Oh my god, because now after queen b5, you have rook g5 for the defense.
Yes, I wanted to play this.
Yeah.
But bishop h4. No?
Bishop h4 is possible.
Why?
And,
yes. And pinning
and maybe black has to sacrifice his exchange in this position after something like knight takes e4. No, but then there is queen b7. So yeah, something like this maybe
something like this would possible, but not the best. Not the best. Queen a6.
Pragg finds the best again, Lilith. He's so precise.
Yes.
Queen a6.
Actually, he's in a very good form.
He's very good form. I mean, he's +1 right now.
Right now, yes.
And
he could have won that game also against Bjerre.
Yeah.
Yes.
And actually, I talked with him yesterday, and we have a very nice interview of him, which we should actually publish very soon. Which was after round 5,
nice.
And this is round 6 here. And after knight c6, rook a b1, and he's basically ready to sacrifice, put pressure on the king.
Right.
I don't know what black's gonna do, Lilith. What do you think?
Raja, I think this moment is also very instructive, because after knight c6 we see that Pragg is not taking the pawn, because I think after d takes c5, which I also don't like, now knight on c6 is just stable, right? Stable. That's why he's not taking the pawn. Very important, by the way. Just he's keeping the pawn here, that at every moment he can push even
exactly
d5.
And if you take c takes d4, I will take back with the c pawn, because then the c file opens up. Rook f c1, again this rook will put a lot of pressure here.
Poor king,
Lilith.
Yes.
After rook b1, guys, Pragg has
very big
chances to win.
By the way, here I wanted to show this also. After queen a6, if knight b3. Right, yeah. What do you do here?
Guys, white to play in this position.
Why not knight b3 move?
Yeah, knight b3. If you go rook b1, knight d2 is coming. So what does white do here?
Yes, white to move.
Yeah. And people are very excited here in this position. 400 people watching. Pragg is putting a lot of pressure on black right now. Arvind made a quick draw. Maybe he was not feeling so well.
Yes.
With white, he made a quick draw after 10 moves there. Still in the lead. And yes, Gurpreet Singh, Ismail Memon, Shri Hari Chess, Trigonometry, Calculus, all finding queen to b7.
Bravo, yes.
Bravo, hitting the knight and the rook, Lilith. This is just winning for white.
That's why actually after queen a6, knight c6 is forced. And I like this rook b1.
This is so precise.
Yes,
oh my god.
Very nice move. Yes.
And after rook b8,
keeping the tension.
You know what a crazy idea again, guys. White to play.
Yes.
I'm just going to train your calculation in this game right now. White to play.
Why rook b8 is such a big mistake?
Let's see if people can find this. I really like this concept, geometrical concept.
Mm-hmm.
And Ismail Memon, Queen Rook B8 is possible, but you have something better there. Yes, Sri Harichess, Ganaprakash, Clyde finding Queen takes C6. What a sacrifice! Because
Very
if Rook
nice.
takes B1, Zwishen Zug, Queen 8 check there.
Yes.
And now you have to come back. I take, and I'm just simply a rook up after this. And instead, after Queen C6, if you take, then Rook B8. Goodbye. Say goodbye to your Rook on G8.
And too many pieces
and
for
White
the
is
queen.
just winning.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So guys, Rook B1, Pragg having time advantage, having great position.
Yes.
I think
big initiative.
Yeah, I think
Big
we
initiative.
will not be surprised if he just wins in a few moves from now, because
I agree.
it's not about the engine evaluation,
Right.
Lilith. It's about what move do you make
Yes,
with black.
because yes, exactly. This rook can't move. The knight can't move. So king is in a big trouble. What can black do? Okay, if queen g5, let's check. So if queen g5, what do we do?
Yeah, Queen g5 is actually very interesting. You're threatening mate in one.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I will just play Rook g1 in this position.
Simple chess, right? Mm-hmm. And now you are threatening queen b7, queen c7, or not, by the way.
No, Queen b7, I have to be careful actually.
Because of rook b8, right?
Mhm.
Yes.
But it's possible in this position actually, Lilith, that White even considers this very brave move, pawn to g4.
Oh,
But it's too brave, maybe,
too
because
brave.
h5 and
Yes, it's
no,
too
not
brave.
h5, but maybe fg3 and just opening up the position.
Yes,
So
it's too brave. No,
just rook g1, simple. Yeah.
Yes, let's not weaken anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I understand your point, because now if queen b7, we should be careful, because rook b8, rook b1 ideas are coming
Exactly.
at the end g2.
Just to show what Lilith is mentioning here, if a4, for example, let's say h5,
For example, h5, right?
a4, queen b7.
No, instead of
Instead of a4, if queen b7, rook b8 is a big problem, because after queen c7, rook takes b1. If the rook takes on b1, queen g2 is a checkmate here.
Yes, exactly. This is
Oh, by the way, move on the board, pawn to f6.
pawn to f6.
What a
Okay.
move by Benjamin, trying to go king f7. Very
Okay,
creative.
Very creative. Yes, this is very creative.
And
f6.
first move that comes to my mind right off the bat, Lilith, is bishop to h4, trying to push pawn to e5.
Okay. And if queen g7?
Queen g7 is a nice move by you there. Maybe I have to go rook f2.
Rook f2. Okay. Maybe that's why it's not that
Yeah,
nice.
so f6. Okay, bishop h4 is one idea.
And if queen b7 now? Because
Queen
now we
b7?
don't have rook g1,
Yeah, queen
right?
b7. Good
Yes.
question, Lilith.
Yes. If queen b7, what do you do?
I don't know actually what is the
Because I
idea.
want now to take on c7, honestly.
Because if you go king f7 now, I will just chop this pawn off on c7.
Yes, and now this.
f4 is hanging.
Right.
c5 is also, at some point going to be an d takes c5 will be an idea for Praggnanandhaa. So f6, Lilith, I love your move. Queen
You
b7, just chop.
Just double attack, right?
Yeah.
Double attack. Okay, just one more thing. Raja, queen b7, if black plays like
Queen
d8, what do we do now?
Oh my god, I'm somehow very tempted by this move d5
Yes,
in this
me
position.
too, me
because
too.
rook b8, Lilith, I just want to play d takes c6.
Oh,
I'm very
rushed.
today I'm just in the mood to just just sacrifice.
everything.
And now c takes b7,
Okay, queen b8.
queen b8.
Let's
I will
continue.
take bishop takes c5 in this position.
Oh, and now this is a threat.
It is a
right?
threat. So let's
Okay,
say king f7.
f7.
Let's continue this variation a little bit more in this position. And let me try to be very accurate here
Okay.
with white. You're trying to play d6 in this position.
All right, I want.
You want to go d6, Lilith. How can I prevent you?
I want honestly this pawn to be on a6.
Yeah, that would be a dream.
Yes.
That would be a dream. It's possible rook b2 in this position. If you go d6, white will simply come back with this bishop, let's say to g1, and c5, let's say rook b1. And the point is that the queen just cannot move because b8 will be a problem.
Nice. Yes.
And
nice.
slowly but surely, white will somehow find a way to win this.
I agree.
Wow. What a variation this is, Lilith.
Nice
Wow.
variation. Right. f6. So queen b7. We are expecting if queen d8, just energetic,
If this
way.
happens,
Right?
I'm just going to be so happy. because of this crazy queen sacrifice. dc6,
Right.
rook b7. By the way, rook takes b7, not a
good-
great move,
not.
because we want this pawn on c6 actually to be
Right.
a big asset for us.
Right. And actually, all these moves are
Forced.
forced.
yeah.
Queen b8, bishop c5.
C5.
Now this is afraid. King f7. Only this is, of course, this moment should be. I like your rook b2, rook b1 idea.
Yeah, rook b2, rook b1 looks very
Because
normal.
then the queen should must be must
Another
be b8.
idea is, of course, to play. No, I don't like that. I think rook b2, rook b1. I was very happy
Very
with
happy.
Lilith.
Yes, because you know why? No, I think, Raja, if this move, this d6 move, right, is coming,
Yeah.
bishop, for example, g1, now c5, queen c7, maybe
Is coming.
rook
Exactly,
b8 can-
exactly. That is not what we want to allow, Lilith. And
Yes.
it's very important that here we go rook b2, so that after d6, bishop comes back. c5, we just completely jail black's queen by going rook to b1,
Right.
because if the queen moves, this pawn will promote.
Very, very important point, by the way.
Wow.
Right,
Yeah.
very important point.
So Pragg, after this move, pawn to f6, guys, needs to play queen to b7, which will actually give him a good advantage.
Pragg is thinking.
Pragg is thinking.
Pragg is thinking. Yes, of course, he's thinking this move, right?
For sure, yeah.
And
Queen d8.
and
Is there anything else? No, I don't think so. I don't think so, because rook b8 is an idea for you. I have to play d5 in this
right.
position.
I agree. And d5, actually,
But is this
is
easy to
almost
judge?
four.
Lilith, I have one question for you. Rook b8, take, queen b8, I take,
Yes.
d6,
Not d6, because now
sorry.
bishop a7.
King f7,
All right.
rook b2, d6, bishop back to g1,
Mm-hmm.
let's say c5.
Right.
How easy is this position for you to judge?
Yes, it's not. I agree. It's not that easy. I agree. Okay, we want to push this pawn here, right? If this happens, this is just very great.
So
for us.
actually, instead of bishop g1, I have a feeling, Lilith, that after d6, bishop f2 is more accurate,
Mhm.
because c5, rook b1, and now we just want to go king g1, king f1, and somehow bring our king, maybe break with g3 somehow. It's not that difficult actually to judge.
To judge that here. Okay, actually.
Oh, play a move. I know the best move for white. Just play any move with black.
Okay, h5.
c4 now.
Yes, and you want bishop e1?
Exactly. Bishop e1.
Yes.
And I wanted to just fix these pawns in the dark squares, Lilith. So I think this actually
Yes.
is possible for Pragg to find.
Because look, this idea, Raja, we have such idea also, bishop e1, bishop d2, forcing e5, and then
And then maybe slowly to put pressure on the d6 pawn. Maybe we can even go a4, commit a5, because then after rook b5 we can put pressure on this pawn.
black should play a6.
But then rook b6 square, you know,
Right,
it's a
right.
trade-off.
Yes, I think no, Pragg will go for this.
Yeah, and then we have a question. This is Gurpreet says this is a star game of today.
Right.
And one more question by Yonten Bhotia, who asks, instead of queen b7, can after cd4 f6 white play d5 immediately? But yeah, after f6, yeah, this position, he asks, can white play d5 immediately?
Okay, let's check.
It's a good question,
Very
actually.
good question. Very good question. So d5. No, I think black doesn't want to take to open e5.
Yeah, it feels
So it means that knight should
Move.
maybe knight e5.
95.
Right.
And I think his idea
It's
in this
queen
position
b7
was
now.
probably queen b7. This also
Okay.
looks good for white,
Looks
actually.
good for white. Yes.
King f7, maybe black will play.
Yes. Yes.
And maybe,
But
you
if-
know,
But if queen c7 now, rook c8, maybe, you know.
rook c8, and maybe black, you know, somehow, because this knight gets this nice square on e5,
Excellent square. Yeah,
he's
right.
a bit happy here in this position, actually.
Right.
So that's why after f6, we want to go queen b7 first. Force this queen on the back foot.
Yes, this is important actually. This is important to mention. Queen b7, queen d8, because now if d5, if knight e5, c5 pawn is hanging.
c5 is hanging.
This is very important, by the
And
way.
the main point is that the queen, which was very active here, has just like gone back in defensive mode.
Right.
And you know, if you can see the camera here, Lilith, he has sun. He has a lot of sun coming on his face. But more than that, he has a lot of heat coming into his position right now, because Pragg is just tightening all the screws in the position.
Right. Right.
So queen b7 is a powerful move for Pragg right now.
Right. And we are expecting, right?
Yeah.
to see this queen b7.
Yeah.
Okay, Raja, maybe we will check other games because we have other.
Let's
Yes, for
check.
example, Sevian games.
Let's check this game. Actually, I will bring his camera there. 1 second. And yes, Sevian's camera is
because we were
here.
thinking here, right? I was expecting honestly the repetition, 3 times repetition here, but you said actually no
draw. Because we don't get these chances often.
Right.
You don't get a position where you're up 45 minutes and also slightly better with the black pieces against a 2650. You have to use every single chance you get. Sevian knows this, finds the best move, bishop e8, queen e2, trying to take this knight.
Actually, it's not, I mean, bishop e4, d takes e4, it's not
a threat. But he just develops, but black goes h5, take, knight e5, queen f5. Again, you cannot take this, guys, because
this is,
takes, and rook d1 is checkmate.
Right.
How do we say checkmate in Armenian?
Mat.
Okay, mat. That's very easy. Yes. I was hoping it's not some difficult word. Yes. So very lucky.
You know one word already in Armenian.
Yeah,
right?
So it's mat, guys, here.
Yes.
So after knight c4, h4 is trying to go h3 and bring in the bishop from h5 to f3.
Very interesting. Okay, and using the using the fact that queen e4 is still not working.
Yeah. So knight e3 played, and this bishop on c1 is still passive. We cannot really develop, and just queen g6 next is probably what black is going to play here, threatening h3. Very comfortable position for Sam.
Just I have a question here. If h4, black wants to play h3, right? If white plays himself h3, do you want
then
to play
bishop h5? Yeah, bishop h5.
Let's see, bishop h5. You want to say that again? This is not good.
If you take, that's just completely gone because rook d1.
Still rook d1.
And
okay, king h2.
King is just very, very bad there. Pin.
This is a problem.
Yeah.
And this is a problem. Okay, this we understood. That's why knight e3 has been played. And here,
just queen g6 is what I expect to be played. Queen h5 is another move that Sam is considering because every endgame should be very good for black because he's a pawn up.
He's a pawn up, right?
So queen g6.
Actually, I'm very glad that Sam is.
Yeah, but I was sure, Lilith. I was sure he would play.
So yes.
And I expect queen h5 or queen g6 to be played in this position.
Okay.
So Sam slightly better. Hovhannisyan, just to check what's happening, get his camera also. And we have some comments here. Same as Hindi word as well, actually. Mat is the same as Hindi.
Actually, Raja, we were speaking about it,
some
right?
similar words.
Armenian and the Hindu, right?
Yeah.
We have many, actually not some.
Many similar.
Many similar words, yes. Like paneer.
Paneer, yes. People love paneer. In India, I also am a big fan of paneer tikka masala.
We also love some.
And Mudit Goyal, hey guys, good to see you again. Love your shirt, Harshit Bhai. Thanks a lot, Mudit. And
thanks a lot, yes.
Let's just guess this board here. Which is the board? Sorry, Hovhannisyan. Yeah, here it is. So what happened, Lilith?
Yes, let's see what happened. So actually c4, bishop e2, knight e3, the move that what we were thinking of, right? Okay. Rook c3, the knight is hanging, okay.
Yeah, so you cannot take the pawn on c4 because rook will come to c1 and knight a5, chop, 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 knight c6 and this pawn is hanging. This is completely winning for white with two bishops and an outside pawn. Guys,
exactly.
The rook pawns is the worst enemy for the knight to defend, and that's why after rook e6, rook c3, black played rook e6, rook c1, h5, king g1, h4. What a move, because if bishop h4, there is knight to f5 hitting this bishop and this bishop.
Double attack, yes.
So white plays bishop f2, knight takes g2.
Oh, what a nice
what
game.
What a crazy game,
what
actually.
What a nice game.
Bishop f1 and knight f4, and white is still better.
White is still better, although now the material is equal. But white has pair of bishops, and this pawn can be
very dangerous. I mean, c5 right now looks very tempting.
Yes,
but Lilith, I have to tell you, I'm a bit scared for this king also. If the bishop moves, rook g6 check,
G6.
you know, I mean,
I
already.
understand
Oh,
you.
bishop h5. I see a variation. If you go c6 here,
Yes.
big blunder. Check.
Why?
King here, boom, bam.
Oh, okay.
You have to be
Puzzle rush again. Okay. Very nice variation, by the way. But it means that after bishop h5, I shouldn't play c6, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
Guys, by the way, is you can
Oh.
hear us? Is everything good?
Yes.
Yeah, great. Just because some people said lag, but hopefully everything is good. Maybe you can just refresh.
But Raja, I think if I take your pawn,
Yes, you can just take my pawn. Yeah.
so it means that actually in this position,
Mm-hmm.
but I have a question then for you. This is our position,
Why
right?
not take the pawn? Yeah, that's your question.
This is my question, of course.
Yeah, and now my idea is knight e2 check.
Okay, you want to trade. You want to force me to
Yeah,
trade
and now
this.
I take with the rook, and I'm hitting the a2 pawn. My rook is also potentially going to put some pressure on this diagonal. You know, f6 or actually rook b8, rook b2 is my idea next.
I see, and I don't have c2 and c2
Yeah.
square because this bishop, right?
So knight f4, bishop f1 played in the live position. Oh no, yeah, knight f4, and now Hovhannisyan is thinking in this position.
He's thinking, yes. He's thinking. We were thinking about c5 move also,
Yeah,
right?
c5. Let's do a quick prediction. So there are 4 games remaining. Let's see. 4 games. You choose 4 results. I choose 4 results. Let's see who gets it right.
Okay. So I think in one game we will in Prague's game we will have the same.
Yeah, I think Pragg is
prediction.
going to win, guys.
Pragg is going to win.
I have a feeling. I also feels that he will win. What about Hakobyan versus Xu Xiangyu game?
Oh, this is actually.
What is your prediction in this game?
Difficult.
Because something
question.
really went wrong for
Yes.
white.
What happened here? Let's understand.
We
So,
saw it up till bishop e7.
bishop e7, bishop e3,
Yeah, we saw this, and instead of c5, Hakobyan just went back.
queen b7.
And knight a2, this idea was played. Knight c3, castles, queen c2, maybe a bit slow, but d5,
d5, okay.
takes, queen takes, rook c1, rook c8, knight d4, and this is the live position, but somehow
This is the live position.
this
right?
bishop has been completely restricted because of these pawns on e6, d5 and c6.
Yes, but what I don't like, Aram's clock, you know.
Oh, 19 minutes for
Yes,
him.
I mean he's thinking a lot.
Oh, wow.
He's
And
thinking a lot, you know. This is what I don't like. But actually, Raja, did you notice that Xu Xiangyu, he's not in time trouble.
yeah, he's playing quickly.
He's playing quickly. Yes, I mean in every game he has time, right? He has time.
And actually, you made a great point there, because even though black's position might be comfortable, because of the clock situation,
Yes, this is what I
Hakobyan-
don't like.
yeah, it's
This
actually big pressure on the clock. 18 minutes for 21 moves.
Right.
So I have a feeling that this game might end in a draw, or maybe, yeah, my prediction is a draw.
Your prediction is a draw.
And yours?
Okay, mine Aram is
Aram will win. Wow. Okay, so
Yes.
we have one different result here.
Yes.
Kollars game, I think this game will end in a draw.
Yes, this I also go for. Yes, I also go for draw.
And then final game, I think Sam is gonna win.
Yes.
Sam is gonna win, and this happened, by the way, after knight e3, queen
So
h5.
Queen h5, your move. Yes.
Yeah, takes,
Right,
and
yeah.
I have a feeling he might just take with the bishop here. Taking with the rook also makes perfect sense, just trying to bring the rook in the game. And Sam is just dominating.
Yes. Yes.
So 2 results. No, you predict 3 results.
Yes.
You predict Pragg to win,
Yes.
Aram to win, and Sam to win.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
let's see. Let's see.
I'm not peaceful today. You see, right?
Today it's you are expecting a lot of fight.
Yes.
F6,
Yes.
Pragg still thinking.
Yes.
I'm sure he's evaluating that end game.
End game, right?
Yeah.
Yes. This is the only question actually in
Yeah.
this position.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Very exciting. Very exciting. But,
And Walter just asked one question. Walter White, how many more rounds? Is it all round robin? Yes, Walter, it's round robin. 10 players playing. So we'll have 9 rounds. This is the 6th round. So after this, we have 3 more rounds. And we are very close actually to the final few rounds. And that's why we are seeing players take a lot more risk.
right. Right. I want to check again Aram's game.
Yeah, let me get his camera.
Yes, somehow
Yes, here it is.
And the moves, you know what? Okay, so let's go a little bit slow here to understand. So bishop e3, before this is your move, right? This was your move. And queen b7, and then your idea. You see, but it's interesting, right? Xu didn't wait for a5, so he played knight a2, your idea immediately. Which is actually quite okay. Then a5 still, knight c3.
But you know what I would try to do with white?
Yes.
I would try to exchange these bishops somehow.
Yes, and how?
That how is a tough question.
Queen c2. Actually, at some point...
Rook c1, castle. But bishop c5, we will just play d6. So
right.
I cannot exactly do this.
Right.
Because knight c3 castle.
And you don't have already access to
the c5 square.
This is your point. Okay, I see. But you see, at every moment, for example, if you play even rook c1 castle, bishop c5 is met
d6.
by
It was. I didn't have an easy way to do it. Yes. But you know, in this position, I just think that if he took on b4 with the pawn, this would have just given him a big initiative.
Would be easier to play.
Big initiative for white here. So knight b4, in my opinion, is a slight inaccuracy.
Okay.
Because black is very solid. Here, you know, why do I say this, guys? Because after ab4, you're opening the rook. Immediately, you're attacking the queen. So you get a tempo.
Okay.
Whereas after knight b4, the position is still closed. So it's harder to take advantage of black's inactive pieces.
I see. Oh, okay, I see. Very nice point, by the way. Okay, bishop b5, but here we didn't like bishop on b5, right? But you see what happened. So he just, I like queen b6, by the way, this move. Yes, and then I like this, you know, that even he left on b5 the bishop, right? Knight a2, a5, and knight c3, and he even castled, not bishop a6.
Yeah, because bishop a6, I feel like you're just spending too much time here. You have to castle somehow.
And knight a4, maybe.
Knight a4 is an idea in this position. Knight b6 jumping.
Right.
So he went for castle, queen c2,
and
d5.
So he's ready to give this bishop.
Which happened actually. He took.
Yes.
And rook c1 played, trying to go bishop c5, rook c8. And here bishop c5, the problem is that take and b2 might be falling.
Okay.
So he goes for knight d4, queen b7, queen a4, and Aram played c5 here.
Very
knight b3.
Now c5 pawn is hanging.
Knight d7 most likely.
Yes, and knight b7 has been played also.
No, he's thinking.
He's thinking.
But I have a feeling he will play knight d7 here.
Okay. Actually, c5 pawn is hanging, right?
Yeah, so you have to play knight d7 actually.
And this is our position.
And perhaps something like rook c3.
Rook c3 or rook c2?
One of these moves.
No, rook c3, d4. No.
Yeah, my queen
yes. Okay, but I like... so just one moment. Here, if we play rook c2, maybe rook b8,
and
right?
your knight is that, like somehow.
Sorry. Yes.
So rook c2 is also possible actually. And now you want to go rook c1 next. Also possible.
Idea.
Yeah.
But can't black attack the knight?
Yeah, somehow I feel that rook c3 maybe is better, so that the knight on b3 is always protected.
Okay. Your idea is simple, right? You want to play...
And this happened, Lilith.
Oh.
Yeah, rook c3 has been played.
Move. Okay.
And look at Xu. He's playing with just incredible speed.
Yes.
He's like a flash in this game. 52 minutes for him. Hakobyan down to 15 minutes.
Actually, he's playing every day. He's playing very fast.
Yeah.
I like this, you know. I like this.
Yeah. And guys, there is one question. Yes, this is International Master and Woman Grandmaster Lilith Mekarchan. If you just joined today for the first time, she has been commentating for me for this event. Very, very nice of her. She's a very strong player. And now I think everyone realized she's a great commentator also.
So it's
amazing.
Thank you.
So here, rook c3, and I'm a bit scared for Aram's time. I'm not sure.
Only time, yes. So just we should mention, right, that d4 is not impossible because of this rocket bishop now. Okay, so black to move. What do we do now, right?
We play quickly.
Good point. Okay, if I play queen b6, what do you play? You play still rook c1, right? Because I don't have d4.
I have a feeling something like knight g4 could be interesting.
Okay. No.
It looks it's a very normal move, right?
Yes, yes.
But of course, Lilith, the queen on a4, it's the knight on g4. Guys, you have to be
Yes,
very
yes.
alert.
Yes. Okay. So this is okay. Rook c3. Let's think. So unfortunately, knight g4 is not.
Queen a6 played.
Okay. I understand his point because he wants to go away from this. Right.
Diagonal, yeah.
Diagonal. Okay. And if rook c1, what should black do now?
That's a great question,
Because
Lilith.
no
Because if
knight
d4, then what is happening?
Then what is happening here actually?
Can I take or no? Taking looks wrong.
First of all.
Oh, bishop takes a8 simply.
Okay.
No, bishop a8, then you will take back, yeah? Queen a8. No, sorry,
No.
rook a8, rook a8.
No.
Oh,
let's think, because this is also hanging actually. I mean, this also could be move, right? I mean, this. Let's check.
But bishop f3 back.
Then b2 is hanging.
Then
also.
rook b1. Oh, and then c4 in the end. Wow. Beautiful variation. c4 here.
And you want to join the
Yeah,
rook.
and bc4, dc4, the queen is trapped on a4.
Suddenly.
Oh la la.
Yes, this was
So
actually
queen a6,
very nice.
rook c1, d4. I cannot take on a8, Lilith.
Because the rook is hanging.
Because the rook is hanging. Can I do
Okay.
some sacrifice here?
As usual. What
This, but it feels knight d4, cd4,
Then what?
and then what is
Let's think a bit.
rook c6 here?
Oh,
What is that?
rook c6
d3 was there.
somehow rook c6 is not working.
Yeah. What to do here?
What to do exactly?
Maybe just bishop takes d4.
Bishop and yes, bishop takes d4.
And white has good compensation. I think if this happens, the clock situation is going to play a big role.
So what is material here?
We have 2 pawns.
Only 2 pawns, right?
This bishop attacks the rook. This rook is on an open file. The queen is also well placed. So white actually has good compensation.
Okay, let's continue. If I take, how do you take back?
With the rook.
With the rook, right? Honestly, I wanted to play rook c8. No, or rook c8, or yes, rook c8. Let's try this.
Yeah, rook c8 is very, very decent. And yeah, I mean, this is a very tough position to evaluate.
Yes, very tough position.
So,
very
engine says it's equal, but I can see this game going in any direction.
Any direction.
So, queen a6, and finally Xu Xiangyu is thinking here. And
Okay,
Pragg made a move.
Oh.
Pragg played queen b7.
Queen b7.
Wow.
What a game.
Guys, Pragg has played it.
Yes, what a game, by the way, right?
Yeah, Pragg played queen b7. His idea is that after rook b8, he will just take this rook. Oh, sorry, rook b8, he will take this c7 pawn.
Yes, yes, c7. We were thinking after
queen d8.
Queen b7, we are expecting queen d8.
Yeah, and then
I think
d5.
he will go because he doesn't have choice, right?
Guys, this is a crazy variation. Rook b8, and we just like sack our queen.
Right.
And white is winning somehow in that position, and Pragg has evaluated it, and that's why Lilith, he thought for 22 minutes in this position.
Right. Of course, he should have done that, right?
Yeah.
And if here rook b8, we just take queens, but this is very easy for white because f4 is also hanging. So I think after queen b6, because if king f7 again, queen
just
c7,
c7
the same
pawn. This
idea.
looks crushing for white.
I think he will go for queen d8.
Queen, and look at Pragg there. He's just relaxed, comfortable. He's looking at other games. Benjamin, on the other hand, completely engrossed in the current position. I think he realizes that white has this idea after queen b7, queen d8 to push the pawn to d5, and it feels like Benjamin really needs to come up with something unique to save this position, because if he plays just normal moves, his position is going to fall apart.
Yes, easily. Yes. Okay. Very good. This we understood.
Yeah.
Now let's check maybe Robert and Kollars.
Sure. Let's check this game.
This end game. Okay. So rook knight, if this we checked.
We checked this position until knight takes g2, and after bishop f1, knight f4, we saw this position. Bishop h4 was what we were considering, but then knight e2. So he plays bishop e3.
So not allowing knight e2.
And now actually black had the option of playing knight to d3 in this position.
Oh.
And after bishop d3, rook takes e3, bishop takes g6, rook takes c3,
Bishop.
rook takes c3.
1 minute, we have bishop f7.
Yeah, if you go bishop takes f7, king takes f7, rook takes c3, and the black king maybe is too close to the pawn on c4, but of course the rook is behind the pass pawn, it feels dangerous for black.
I mean, white is better. White is pawn
For
up.
sure, white is a pawn up.
Yes.
So
What happened?
Kollars
in the game?
played rook f6.
Okay. So he didn't go for knight d3. He played just knight
Yeah,
f6.
and now
move.
c5 will be met with knight d5.
Okay, this is his point.
Yeah.
Okay, so c5 is met by knight d5. So what should white do then? What do you think? What would you play, Raja? Would you play some a4, for example, move or not? Or it's not time?
I think it's a bit slow
It's a bit slow.
because I don't know, somehow I feel like black might be generating some counterplay.
But how?
Maybe bishop h5, putting pressure on this f3 pawn.
Okay, and if king f2?
King f2 is very
Very
risky.
risky because this cost will
Yeah,
come.
king f2
Okay,
is super
I agree,
risky in
I
this
agree.
position. Even though
Even though there
it
are-
works, but it's just
we are lucky.
yeah,
that it's
like
not,
you
it's
are just
working.
asking for some knight h3 or knight
Yes,
d3 check.
I agree with you. I agree.
So rook f6.
Rook f6.
What would I do in this position? I would perhaps play rook d1 here.
By the way,
Then the engine
by
actually
the way,
cannot
nice
believe how
move.
strong this move is.
Yes, rook d1. What a
It went
move
from
you found.
0.4 to 0.7. Wow.
Yes, what a move you found, Raja. Okay, let's see. So you want your idea is simple, right? You want to penetrate rook
I
d7
want to go
or
rook
rook
d4 as well, actually, Lilith, to put pressure on this knight on f4. And if the knight moves, the h4 pawn hangs.
I see.
And I'm just gaining control of the open file as well.
As well, right? Okay.
So I think rook d1 is a key move.
Key move, right? Okay. Okay, let's think. So if rook d1, as white, what can I do? As black, sorry. As black, what can I do? And if I play your idea,
Now, don't I have rook d4?
rook d4, I wanted. You wanted to win this. I want maybe knight e6, no? Let's check.
And now knight e6.
Could be, right?
Yeah, actually, in this position, instead of this, I would not be surprised at all if bishop takes f4, rook takes f4, and bishop e2 in this position is very interesting because it's same color bishop, but I have this passed pawn with c5, c6. My rooks are on my rooks are very well
Right.
placed.
I agree with you. But if you play c5, I don't like it. And can I play rook c5 then?
Yeah, but now rook c5, you have to be careful about allowing rook to d5. But more importantly, they have some tactic here.
Yes, but what exactly?
Or
I see the evaluation bar also.
check,
Yes.
king h7,
And what now?
and what now?
And
And
what-
maybe now rook d5. Wow.
Oh, but why it's so important? Okay, I wanted to take and play rook d4.
Because now after rook d3, I'm taking on d3 with a
With the
check
check.
and hitting your pawn on a6.
Yes, and this pawn also
Yeah.
can run. Oh, this was very nice actually. Okay.
So rook f6, Lilith, rook d1 is a key move.
All right. So rook d1. Let's continue. Bishop h5. So this interesting idea you found, and now you want to play bishop e2, and you are ready to push the pawn.
Or king f2, one of these moves. We can even bring our king closer to the action.
I agree. But now, okay, I don't want to allow c5. If I play
You
rook,
cannot stop me.
no, why not? If I play rook f5,
If you go rook f5, bishop
bishop
h3,
yeah.
and this,
So after bishop e2, maybe I would play rook f5.
yeah, this was actually a good defense.
Yes, rook f5, so there is not c5.
Yeah,
Very
but still
important.
this endgame I feel is a bit difficult for black to defend with the bishop being a bit misplaced here. If the bishop was on c6, of course black would be completely fine.
Okay, but maybe I have this idea to bring.
Yeah,
I know, I
possible.
understand, it's slow.
Yeah. So here c5, oh my god, look what happened. He took and played c5.
I mean, this happened?
Yes, this has happened.
So,
This has happened.
okay. But, so not rook d1 it means?
No rook d1. He just took
Okay.
the knight on f4.
Okay, very interesting.
And now rook c6 played and black is actually fine now,
So
Lilith.
rook c6, it means that a6 pawn is not hanging and pawn can't go forward.
So
Okay.
we predicted a draw. I think we should be happy because if white played rook d1, I would have been scared for my prediction.
Yes, I agree.
I just want my prediction to be right.
Okay, rook c6. Let's see what should now Robert.
Because
We
now rook
should-
d1, I can just go back rook f5.
Yes.
Because now rook d8, king h7.
And
Because the bishop is on g6, this is not a pin.
All right, and then c5 is hanging.
And so
right?
if you go back, I can just come back and it's like we are repeating.
And this is off a drop. Yes. Okay.
So,
So rook c6. What can
and
white
if we go
do?
king f2 here,
Yes.
then rook a4 suddenly becomes an option, Lilith. And
a3.
a3,
Yes.
you have committed.
But a3, I think
And
is
rook
not that bad.
d4. Yeah. And the question is, do you think white can win this position?
Right, so this is the question, right? I mean, you want rook. I mean, if king e3, just rook d5.
Rook d5, yeah. And then, of course, I want to bring my king closer to this pawn as well. I think black has great drawing chances.
Great, I agree.
So, rook c6 here, this position.
Robert missed this rook d1 idea.
Yeah, Robert missed this
But
idea.
I'm very curious why he didn't go for this. How long he fought?
Oh, one question here is, can white play rook c4 in this position? What a move! Who is this? Gurpreet Singh. What a move. Because if rook f3, there is bishop g2.
What a suggestion!
Brilliant suggestion.
What a suggestion! Yes.
And if rook takes, then he just wants to take with the bishop.
Oh,
Again.
what a tactic!
Yeah, tactic. Very crazy.
Yes. Okay, king f8. Let's go.
And now bishop d5. Maybe he wanted to put pressure here. It's possible.
Possible.
Very decent.
possible.
And now white will try to bring the king.
Right. Maybe this actually will happen.
Yeah, he's thinking.
Will happen now.
By the way, just to go to Pragg's game. Oh my God!
What is happening?
What is happening here, guys? What? 1 second. Yeah, Pragg is playing in this position. Pragg completely winning now. After rook b1, f6, queen b7, his opponent played rook b8.
Rook b8. Okay.
And Lilith, he just chopped this pawn on c7.
Yes.
After rook b1, he's like, okay, I will take back cd4. And now just c takes d4. And f4 pawn is hanging. King is weak.
And also, I mean, Pragg has enough time.
Yeah.
To come
Guys,
to convert.
Pragg is going to join the leaders after this.
Right.
And yeah, we are just
Actually very nice game from Pragg.
I will just update the cameras as well, guys, so that we are. What was the last move? Was c takes d4.
Right.
And here Pragg is thinking. He's actually not taken the pawn yet.
He's thinking, but does he have a choice here? No, I think he will take.
I don't know if he's considering to take with the bishop.
Oh no.
But I want to keep this bishop.
Yes.
Let's just take with the
Yes,
pawn.
because knight on c6 is not stable.
Maybe he's considering this move as well, which is possible. But no, Pragg, you have to take back with the c pawn.
No, he will take. He
Yeah.
will take. Maybe he's thinking about if he takes some queen a3 move.
Yeah.
Raja. What is happening if queen a3 here?
You are very greedy, yeah? I will just update the bars.
Yes. Let's check.
D5 is of course one move that comes to my mind. But of course the big
Let's
question is,
check.
let me just chop.
Oh.
This is equal. Oh, queen a2. Oh, I have to be careful, Lilith.
Honestly, I'm thinking my first instant queen c8 check.
Oh,
okay.
because
king f7 we have
d7
this.
is hanging.
Okay,
Yeah.
knight d8.
But this is somehow feels very passive.
I agree. But maybe this is what Pragg, is calculating now.
Very interesting.
Because now actually there is this threat.
And if rook b8,
nice move, by the way. Because actually queen a1 is not checkmate.
bishop
We have
g1
bishop.
I have, yes.
We have this move,
And
yes.
after king e7,
Yes, d5
it's possible
maybe.
d5 is just
Yes,
crushing.
Right.
And after cd4, Pragg, come on, just take the pawn back.
Okay, he's calculating, all this stuff, right?
Yeah.
We have with us evaluation bar. For us,
Pragg,
it's very easy.
Pragg basically needs what?
Oh.
No way. He plays rook d1 here.
Oh,
No. He first took on d4, Lilith.
Right,
We
yeah.
all got scared because the camera is ahead of us. Knight d8 was played actually in this position.
Mm-hmm.
And No, oh no, some more moves have happened actually. 1 second, we'll just wait.
Yes, let's
Let's wait for
a
the
bit.
camera to. Oh no, the camera is the problem. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we are in this position actually, and we are waiting
We
to
are
see what is
waiting.
happening.
Yes, we
Yeah,
are waiting to see.
because after CD4, I think he's still thinking.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, and I need to.
Yes, CD4
Yeah,
has been
CD4 played. I'll just 1
CD4.
second put my phone on charging, Lilith.
Okay, okay. C takes D4 has been played. Actually, both players they have enough time here. And meanwhile, I want to check on. I want to check which game. Maybe Sevian game. Very quick, because we haven't checked it for a long time. So this was okay. Rook h5. White played. Look, Raja. White played h3, not allowing black to play h3. But of course, black is pawn up, right? Bishop d6. Okay. Good move. Knight c4. Bishop c7. Still, this is a poisoned pawn. Bishop e3. Okay.
And now a5. Wow.
Okay. I mean, what is this move? I mean, a5. We should understand this move,
Yeah,
right?
he's fixing this pawn on a4 because black has a light squared bishop, white does not, which means that whenever you play this move pawn to b3,
All right.
and you take my pawn, I'm just going to come bishop g6, bishop c2,
Oh, what
and
a nice point.
put a lot of pressure on your light squared pawn. So a5, very classy by Sam.
Okay. And it's very important that c5 pawn is not hanging because we have a rook on h5.
Exactly.
This is very important. But b3, Raja, sooner or later should be
Has
played.
to be played. And
Yes.
also after b3, rook d3, this pawn on c3 also actually becomes a bit loose.
Right.
And I just think that Sam is just as a very easy play.
Easy play, and little by little he
will win.
Increase, right?
Whereas white's moves are very tough.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say b3, black just plays rook d5, and then he might go bishop g6 to protect this pawn and invade with the rook. Maybe he will even go b6.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Sam is b4 played.
Okay, b4. What is this move? Okay.
I like this idea by Bjerre. He's trying to change the character of the position. Very, very logical, because if c takes, a takes.
Yes, why not?
Maybe he wants to go some.
I thought
rook
his idea is
or
knight b6 check. I thought
knight b6 check, but now he will just take. No, I mean first king b8.
King b8, yes. So knight b6 gives nothing, right?
Yeah, gives nothing.
Okay.
So I think he wants to go rook b1, take this pawn with the rook, and then go rook b1. But still, black can just go bishop c6.
But I agree that b4 is is a good try.
Good practical try.
Practical, yes, it's a good practical try to create some counterplay on the queen side, right?
If he just sits slow, I think Lilith, he would have just slowly but surely improved his position.
Right.
And I think black would have eventually won the game. So Bjerre tries to change the character of the position. He goes b4.
Right.
And we both predicted Sevian to win here. By the way, we have some moves in this game of Praggnanandhaa.
Okay, let's see
After
what happened.
CD4, actually your move happened. He queen takes a3.
It's not only me greedy, right? Raja? Yes, so queen takes a3. So white to move.
Yeah, now white to move. And
We
what's
were
the
thinking
material?
queen c8.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And black has 5 and 6 pawns. So
Right.
black is a pawn up in this position.
Right.
So why is white so much winning, Lilith? Can you please tell us?
Okay, let's understand. I think it's all about the king, Raja. It's all about the king, right? Black king is just too weak. Queen c8 has been played,
Queen
by
c8
the
check
way.
played.
Yes, and also we have excellent center, by the way.
Yeah.
At every moment we want to push
Push the
actually.
pawn d5.
Yes, so knight d8 is the only move, right?
And we want to push the pawn so that this bishop turns out to be a rocket.
Rocket, yes. And actually, this is a very nice bishop. At every moment, it can come bishop to g1, right? And we don't have any issue with back rank.
Exactly.
So, knight d8, and we were thinking here, your move, right, Raja? Rook b8. Because this is not checkmate, as we said, right?
Yeah, then the bishop g1, and then after king e7, d5, we saw this
D5,
variation.
We saw this.
That white is just completely opening the position, and with the black king being so vulnerable in the center, white's attack is going to win him the game. So queen c8, knight d8, we are expecting rook b8 to be played by Pragg. Let's see if that's the move he plays in this
Right.
position. He's thinking.
But Raja, this is
Just
also
1 second. The live position is this, right? Yeah, this is the live position.
this
so
is this is the live position. So black actually is threatening queen a2 here.
and black is threatening queen a2.
Yes, I mean
Oh.
might be right. Queen a2 or bishop is
But
hanging.
the thing is, let's say I play like just a pass move. Just a pass move.
You have rook b8.
Exactly, because h3, queen a2, I still have rook b8.
Right? You still have rook b8. True. Yes, and let's show our viewers. This
If
is
you
just
take
not working because
check,
this and the rook is also hanging. Okay, so
and
this
queen, he played a move. He plays queen c2 back.
Oh.
Not very accurate.
Not very accurate. Yes.
Guys, Pragg makes an inaccuracy in this position.
Oh, right.
He could go rook b8 in this position.
But let's understand why he didn't went
Yeah,
for
rook
this.
b8.
Why?
King e7. Was he
Yes.
afraid of this?
But then d5.
And then still d5.
This is a threat.
Yeah, so let's say you give a check.
Yes.
Bishop g1. And
Mhm.
maybe he thought that white does not have a threat in this position. But he
Mhm.
does. He has threatening d6. So let's say you go h5. d6 is a big threat, Lilith. Because if you take with the
Yes.
king, guys, white to play. Why is white winning
yes.
here? 600 people watching. White is winning.
White is winning. On the spot.
On the spot. Will you play h3? Will you play h4? Or do you have something better? e5 is one suggestion, but you have something better. Ejan Prajapati is the first one who finds it. Good job, Ejan. Yes, Shri Hari Chess, Yukti Gupta, Ashwini Jare, Nikhil, Preeti Ki Rasoi. Exactly. Queen c5 is checkmate.
Winning
the bishop
on the
is
spot.
protecting the
Yes.
queen. This is winning. And actually, guys, rook b8 was just very powerful.
Yes.
Pragg comes back queen c2, dropping his advantage.
Yes. Still big advantage, but not
winning.
Not winning. Yes. Okay. Queen c2. I mean, it's he didn't want to allow queen a2.
Yeah.
This is the okay. If black plays now, let's understand. King f7, for example.
King f7 is a very decent move, Lilith.
Right.
I just have a feeling that Praggnanandhaa, was in complete control of the position with his queen on c8 and rook on b8.
Right.
Not playing this is going to allow black to come back in the game. Black played in this position queen to d6.
Queen to d6. Okay. Mm-hmm.
And now Pragg is thinking again.
Right.
He's still much better, guys.
He's still much better, but how to increase the pressure now? This is the question.
Yeah, I mean, do you just want to like play h3 at some point to get rid of this back rank, or do you want to?
No, I don't want.
You want to go queen a4 and put pressure on this pawn on a7? What's the way to continue, Lilith? How to put pressure?
How to put pressure, right? It's already not that easy because black wants king f7, knight c6 somehow, right? I mean, it's not that easy now for
and when you allow your opponent to come back like this a little by little in the game, you should be very precise because, for example,
yes,
compared to this position where white is completely winning, now actually white needs to be precise to even have his advantage.
Right, I agree with you.
So
how about rook a1? All right, yeah. How about
rook a1?
Do you like this move or not?
It's a very decent move. If knight c6.
Somehow I want to play d5. I don't know why.
d5.
Yes.
I take.
Now I want to sacrifice my pawn.
But how to continue?
How to continue, right?
Because don't forget your 2 pawns down now.
After this, right?
Yeah, queen takes.
And knight on c6 actually it's stable now, right?
Yeah. And it looks very good for white, but I don't know if this is enough to win actually.
Yes, queen h7 if we can.
Yeah, but then black can probably go something like queen g5, threatening checkmate himself.
Oh, right. No.
And queen g6 can also come, just exchanging the queens.
Yes, no. This is actually not... This is...
So queen d6, and Benjamin finally gets a sigh of relief. He gets up from the chair, looks at other games. Maybe he feels a bit more optimistic about his position.
All right.
And I will refresh the bars. Yes, here. Oh, camera got refreshed, but okay, we want to refresh the bars, and that was a problem actually because queen d6, and he's thinking. So what about the game of Hakobyan?
Yes, exactly. Oh, what is this? What is this? What do we see here?
Completely new position.
Yes. So rook c3. Aram played queen a6. Idea was simple, just to avoid this, to get rid of this annoying pin. Now rook c2.
What is that?
I think he was just. I mean, he was not brave to sacrifice Raja.
Yeah.
Right?
But then why go rook c3?
Maybe he just didn't see queen a6. He missed queen a6, it means. He missed queen a6. So let's see. Queen a6, he missed this move, it's for sure. And now he didn't want to allow d4 fork. That's why he went
this
rook
is very
c2.
weird.
After, okay, he fought for 10 minutes and he played, he played rook c2.
No, but rook c2 is very weird, Lilith.
I agree.
He had to go rook c2 immediately if he wanted to.
Raja, he missed queen a6 move. It's obvious.
But I mean, I'm very surprised by this actually.
Then what Aram played?
Knight b6, queen h4.
Oh, okay.
c4 and
c4. Okay, because c5 was.
And look at this white pieces are just retreating.
Yes.
Rook b8, bishop f4. Rook b7, bishop. What is this, Lilith?
Yes, no, this is. I mean, it's obvious that Xu just lost the
thread of the position.
Yes, the track of the position. Exactly.
h6 and black is just even, I would say, winning now.
Big advantage.
Because, like, look at what happened. Like, just 5 moves back, white had to look from this position.
Yes.
This is 15th move.
Right.
And just 7-8 moves later, black is just much better.
Yes. I completely agree with you. No, it's obvious that Xu somehow lost the track of the game.
Yeah, Xu is actually struggling in the second half, Lilith. He started off with a win. In the second round, he was also much better, but he drew. So he was.
I mean, he was winning.
He was winning. So he 1.5 out of 2. But now he's actually -1, and I have a feeling Hakobyan, if he wins, he catches the leaders.
Right. That's why for Hakobyan, for Aram, it's a very important game.
This is
because
huge.
If he wins, he catches the leaders, and he has two whites in last 3 games.
Yeah, he's actually a big favorite to win now. Walter White asks, Pragg was in great form recently, playing with higher rated players. Do you think Harshit Bhai and ma'am, if he might lose that form, playing lower rated players, affecting quality of his play?
Actually, he's playing very well in this tournament also.
Yeah, he's playing very well here actually, Walter White. It's a good question. But I think that, if he manages to come in top, if he finishes first or second, it's only going to boost his confidence. And more importantly, Walter, he has to play this event to have a very good chance of qualifying in candidates because he's playing for the GP points.
Yes, that's why actually he doesn't want to lose any such opportunities.
Exactly. So this game, Hakobyan much better. Sevian's game, this has actually happened in the board where black took one more pawn.
Yes, so you suggested here rook b1.
Yes.
Right? And let's think a little bit here because rook b1 is such a natural move here, and because you not just simple, you want to take the pawn, right?
Yeah, and I think right now Sevian is going to play rook d5 maybe, because if you take my pawn on b4, rook d1 becomes a checkmate.
Right, but I think after rook d5, I think here I
Knight
can play
b6.
knight b6, yes, and forcing bishop takes b6, and here opposite colored bishops, big chances for a draw. So, of course, after rook b1, some should take his time because it's not that easy. It's not that easy now.
Not so easy actually, you're right. Maybe he will start with king b8 here, and after rook takes b4, he will then play rook d5, threatening rook d1. And
Okay.
this seems to be an interesting way to play, because if rook b1, I can even chop off one more pawn, Lilith.
Oh, again tactic. Again
Yeah.
tactic, Raja. Okay, okay. This we understood. Okay, so king, but somehow king b8. I'm not that. I mean, I am not that satisfied. With
You're
this.
not satisfied.
No, somehow no. I don't know why. But your idea, I understand. You want to bring your rook here, and for that we need king b8 move.
Exactly.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And I have a feeling that this is what Sevian thought. When you're black, you want to find a way with which you can safely continue putting pressure on your opponent. And I have a feeling he might play king b8, rook d5 immediately if this happens.
Even. Okay, but rook b1 is very logical.
Yeah, rook b1 has not been played.
So Bjerre is still thinking, right?
And he has 14 minutes, Sam having 30 minutes on the clock.
Yes.
Bjerre is in trouble here.
Mm-hmm.
And they are saying Pragg's game, rook b1 happened, by the way. So right now I'm expecting king b8 to be played.
Yes, this is your suggestion, right? Mm-hmm. Okay.
So
okay.
Let's see if there are any games in Pragg's game. He plays rook d1.
Okay, rook d1. And what is this move, Raja? Let's understand together what he wants to do.
He wants to go for your idea of d5, Lilith.
He wants to open
and bishop c5.
Oh, but by the way, very nice idea.
Yeah.
He wants to open the center. He wants to open the center. And he wants to play d5. And after he takes d5, I like this.
He wants to take with the rook on d5.
Yes. Rook d1. Very, very nice move, by the way. Okay, for example, if king f7, right?
d5.
Bishop now is opened, right?
I need to put this chocolate away from me, Lilith, because I just cannot stop eating it. Guys, this chocolate Roshan, it's such a bubbly chocolate, milk chocolate. It's amazing, Lilith. Do you want to try?
No, I don't want.
It's just too good.
It's too good. But you don't want to take your Indian.
Yeah.
Indian.
I have many snacks here, actually.
Weapon, actually.
Yeah, it's a weapon.
Okay, let's see. Rook d1. Very nice move, by the way. Very annoying move for black.
Yeah. If king f7, we saw d5. If you take rook takes, this just looks crushing for white.
Yes, and bishop now is opened, and I mean, yes, this is crushing. Okay, so what can black do then? Let's understand.
Can he go knight c6?
Knight c6, I'm also thinking. But I'm thinking again d5.
Yeah,
right?
d5.
d5, it should be played.
Knight e5.
And honestly, I want to take this pawn. Can I do it?
Yeah, bishop takes a7.
Just that the material is even now.
And somehow I have a feeling that black having this knight is going to be happy, because there are pawns on only one side of the board, and usually when pawns are only one side of the board, knight is actually quite a good piece. But this pawn on f4 is a big weakness in black's camp.
Right. So for example, let's continue. King f7.
King f7, and we can very well expect this move queen to d2 to be played to hit the pawn on f4.
No, it takes d5 maybe.
But then queen f4.
Okay, let's see. So this was your idea, but I see evaluation bar. Can I play then queen, where? a6 or a3?
Queen, I don't know.
I mean, I want. Okay, let's try this one.
And I go bishop d4.
Queen e2. Do I have
I will go rook g1.
Rook g1. So you are prepared.
I'm safe here.
You are safe here. Okay. Okay, but I see evaluation bar. It means that here black has something. But what?
But practically it feels dangerous.
Queen a4.
Yeah, queen a4 actually, and this position can become very tense.
All right, but maybe it takes. Can you take it takes d5?
No. Rook is hanging.
Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah.
I thought this was your idea.
yes. No, it was my idea, but somehow I forgot.
Yeah, and this actually will be tense after rook d1 a5 played by. What is that?
Okay, he doesn't want to give the pawn.
What is a5?
Okay, he doesn't want. He wants to keep the pawn. I understand this move actually.
I don't understand this, because your king is in the middle. d5 now. What do you do?
I think he wants to maybe this is his idea.
No way. Bishop c5. Or 1 second. First, I will play in this position. Queen c8. Because if you go king f7, your bishop c5 just traps your queen, Lilith.
Actually, Raja, we see this queen trap so often in this tournament, right? Yes. This is actually very nice. Very nice trap.
Yeah,
Very nice.
I'm a very tricky guy, Lilith. I
Yeah.
think by now you must have understood.
Yes, especially after puzzle rush, you are very dangerous, Raja.
So A5 and now
So
I'm
D5,
expecting D5
yes.
to be played.
So, but honestly, I think D5, he wants to play E5. So, your idea
But
again.
Queen C8 just looks crushing somehow.
Bishop C5. Okay, let me think here.
This is one I'm thinking. Let me see if I have something stronger than this.
Do you want Bishop C5 immediately?
That is one idea.
But then Queen A6, right?
Because I see the barge is just huge.
Yes,
oh,
barge.
Rook B1 is the move maybe. To go Rook B6.
Oh,
Wow.
This was strong. Yes, this was strong. Okay, let's continue. King F7.
And I will first go
Because Rook B6, Queen A3.
Rook B6.
Yes, Queen A3. What is this? Oh,
And now Bishop C5, Queen A1, Rook B1 again. Oh, bye-bye, Queen.
What is this? You know, black queen, everywhere is trapped. Okay, very nice. Very nice. I mean, everywhere this queen
is trapped.
Yes.
And RG says that like people are forgetting that this is Harshit. Everyone is saying I'm Raja now because so
okay. Yes. So
A5 and D5 gives White a big advantage. Pragg.
Actually, I like your Rook B1 move also very much.
Yeah.
All right, and very, very energetic. Rook B6, F6 is hanging, and actually Queen is in trouble suddenly.
Yeah, Queen actually
in the center of the board.
We are threatening Rook B6, Bishop C5 and just to trap the Queen
This
actually.
was very nice idea. I like it, yes.
And here after A5, this is the live board. Pragg has 13 minutes for 14 moves. He needs to play quickly.
Yes, only actually in this game. Oh,
Bishop H4
which
played.
is also a nice move. According to evaluation bar. Okay, King F7, Raja.
Yeah, King F7, he's tricky with. He wants E5. I know my
Oh,
guy, Pragg.
You know some ideas like
F
this.
takes E5. D takes E5.
Also D takes E5. And Queen H7 is in
and
the
Queen H7 is coming. And White is just completely dominating with all of his pieces now.
Very nice. Okay, Bishop H4. Again,
Actually, a very nice move.
Very nice.
Because we are focusing on this side of the board. But Pragg is like, you have this weakness also.
Right.
If Rook G6, then E5.
Again, this E5.
Yeah, and also to show the viewers, Bishop F6 is also a move. Because after Rook F6, E5, this is also an idea, a tactic that you can keep in mind.
Exactly. So Bishop H4, what an interesting move. Attacking F6. So if King F7, we saw that E5 is just crushing move. Okay, black to move then. How to defend the F6 pawn?
Guys, Praggnanandhaa plays Bishop to H4. I don't see a good way for black to defend the F6 pawn. Queen F8 just looks super passive here because I will go Queen D2 now, hitting the A5 pawn and the F4 pawn. And again, this looks very promising for White.
Yes.
There might even be better moves, but like maybe even E5 now is powerful, but simple Queen D2 also looks very powerful.
Very powerful. Okay, what can black play? I mean, King F7, the most natural
move,
is losing now. Queen E7, I think again the
Queen
same.
Queen E7, E5 is just pin and win.
Just again crushing. Okay, so it means that black should give this pawn. No other way.
Yeah. But if black has to give this important pawn on F6,
right,
then E5, D5, both moves will come with much more brutal force.
I agree with you because Rook F8 also, even with if Rook F8, what is this?
Rook F8 now, I mean, as I said, this always remains to be a move because if Rook F6, E5,
but why?
But just E5 immediately.
E5 immediately. But I'm curious, Raja, because here, after Rook F8, this looks so strong, but why evaluation bar drops drastically?
Why does the evaluation bar drop? Maybe...
Why?
Queen C6 is the reason why, Lilith. Because now he's forcing the exchange of queens and then the bishop on F6 is hanging.
Yes.
So that's why E5, FE5, Queen G6 check. Because after Rook F7, the knight is defending the rook on F7. So let's just chop that defender.
All right. Right.
And king takes, boom.
I agree. And if knight f7, what was your idea?
If
So
knight f7,
yes, if
I just
this,
wanted to play rook c1 in this position, Lilith. Threatening checkmate here. If you defend it with your queen somehow, queen f6 will come and
Oh.
I'm threatening here. If queen d8, guys, white to play
this
here.
is chat. This is chat.
I have set up a beautiful layup for you. You just need to finish it off.
Yes, this is for our viewers. Exercise.
Guys, can you find it? Oh, Rohit Singh, just so super quick. Ejan Prajapati, no. Hariharan finds the move. Harish G. S. Nalan, just study. Exactly. Rook to c8. Beautiful move.
Beautiful, yes.
If
And
queen
then-
takes c8, queen e7 is a checkmate here. Majestic, Jainil, many people finding it. Guys, Pragg is setting up some nasty ideas with this move, bishop
Bishop
h4.
h4, yes. And we can't find actually like a decent defense.
No,
right?
I don't find any defense actually.
We don't find.
Maybe
right?
queen c6 is the only move.
Mm-hmm.
Just trying to get this queen off this diagonal.
Could be.
And
And
now
if queen
I'm going
d2?
to go queen b1 in this
B1,
position.
you don't want queen d2, no?
Queen d2 also very, very possible, hitting this
Because
pawn and
free
this.
pawns now are
Yeah.
so free pawns
Are
are
hanging.
hanging now.
And I think I will not be surprised if this variation happens.
Happens, right? Yes, I agree with you.
But it looks losing, no? Because if f4 pawn falls, h6 is weak.
Right.
f6 is attacked twice
Right.
now. And Gledura is just in a long thought here.
All right. Actually, okay, he has 17 minutes. So he has time to think actually. He has time to
Yeah,
think.
he has some time to think actually. And yeah, and Vasan Nadarajan says next Pragg tournament is Uz Chess Cup. Actually, he's playing a tournament in Uzbekistan.
When?
I think it's in the middle of June, if I'm not wrong. It's very strong tournament. I think Abdusattorov is playing, Nepomniachtchi is playing.
Oh,
And
such a strong
I
tournament.
think
Okay.
I'm not sure, but I think Arjun is also playing, if I'm not wrong.
So 10 players?
Yeah, 10 players.
Round
And
robin.
actually, that
Okay.
tournament will be very strong, where Praggnanandhaa is going to play next.
Next. Okay, very interesting. Raja, maybe to use this time and check our Hakobyan game.
Yeah,
Because
Hakobyan.
what happened here? I see evaluation bar and I'm not that content.
Yeah.
So what happened here?
So Bishop f4.
Bishop f4. Okay.
Yes.
So we stopped actually after h6,
We
right?
stopped after h6, and I was being very critical of Hakobyan's play, Xu Xiangyu's play.
All
I
right.
didn't like how he was putting
Yes,
all of his
no,
pieces
no.
backwards.
It
But
doesn't
d
look
takes c4 happened.
okay.
D takes c4, bishop d2, and queen b5.
Okay.
Black was playing really well up until this point. Queen
yes,
f4.
up to this point.
And now, actually,
What is this?
he missed something here.
But a queen f4. Okay. So let's understand first what he missed. After rook c7.
e4.
Oh,
And
he
now-
missed e4.
And now
move.
the c4 pawn has some pressure here because of the bishop, and knight d5 is not possible because the pawn on e4 controls it, which is why I have the feeling that black had to play something like knight d5 in this position, or maybe the f
The
knight to
other,
d5.
yes, other knight.
And then bishop f6. This could be a way. What's
Yes, but
that
what
a
is the
move?
best move?
Oh my god, is it g5 here, Lilith?
You want again drop the
I don't. Or
today you want
e5 is also possible actually.
Yeah, because if g5 queen d4
Yeah,
is
I
still
think maybe e5 is more logical.
good move but not the best according to
Yeah.
evaluation bar. Okay, let's
So that's a
find
move.
yes, because if g5 queen d4 e5 then
Yeah.
can we trap the queen? Let's try your g5. G5. No.
No, yeah.
No, it
somehow
means
it's not
that
working.
queen can escape.
Queen can escape somehow.
Okay. Which move, Mr. Laputian? We have again
Yeah,
Mr.
strong-
Laputian with us, and Mr. Laputian has suggestion here. Maybe which move?
e5, yeah, actually
E5?
e5. I also liked this move.
A4. Okay, Mr. Laputian is suggesting A4, which is a decent move, but not the best.
Yeah, I
Mr.
think
Laputian.
e4 is what's White's idea actually, to put somehow pressure here. Not sure actually. Maybe it was not so easy to find the best move.
Just let's 1 minute again because we want to find it, right? It's like exercise for us.
Maybe
for
knight
all of us.
a4 was the simple way to play.
Knight a4. Not really. Not really.
This is tough then.
This is tough. Maybe our chat.
Yeah, chat, can you
Let's-
find it?
Let's find. Let's
Yes,
find.
yes. Thanks a lot, Majestic. We need to take some water. Drink some water, Lilith. Maybe. Do you want some water?
No, thank you.
Yeah, it's very
No,
important to
thank
be
you.
hydrated.
I want to find some idea here. Why this position is -2? We see -2. Guys, let's find why this position is
Knight
minus.
d5 they are saying. But guys, after knight d5, he'll just play queen f3 and then again e4 is coming with a tempo.
Right.
So knight d5 not the best.
Not the best. It's decent, but not the best. Okay, it's not easy at all. It's not easy at all to find.
So if this is what are we even thinking? Queen a4 is an idea.
No, because let's see, b3 maybe.
No, b3 is just
b3 because I
oh
have
my god,
this.
so lucky.
Yeah.
The rook on c8 is
Yes,
hanging.
yes.
Oh my god.
Yes, b3.
Okay, rook d8 is one suggestion. Maybe we will check this.
Rook.
Rook d8 is a good move.
Good move, but not
Not the
against
best. Okay, it's tough.
It's tough.
It's
yes.
tough.
We give up,
Yeah,
right?
rook c7 was the actually. Let's just tell our viewers what the best move was. It was rook d7
Oh, rook d7.
and
According to,
but it's
it's not easy to get.
yeah, it's very
understand.
weird to understand.
Rook d7 maybe somehow that we want to trap
Take
the
the
queen.
d4 square. Yeah.
Somehow.
So this was
Could
the
be.
best in the
But-
game. Rook c7, e4, queen a4, and b3. And white is coming back in the game, Lilith.
Oh,
Queen b5 back.
this is not
But this
good.
is a pin.
Actually, what I don't like, this is time.
Yeah, 3 minutes for Hakobyan.
Yes.
27 minutes, and I think this can go anyway now.
Anyway, yes, you are completely right, Raja. I think now Xu got his game again.
Yeah,
right?
he got the confidence because he sees that his opponent is on 3 minutes, and also it feels like something went wrong for black because this pawn is under big pressure. If you take rook is also hanging here on c7, and Pragg is in the meantime completely winning here. People are saying because bishop h4, rook f8 played, but e5 we saw this, Lilith.
Yes, e5 and with
What?
queen g6.
But e5 is just very easy, no? Because if you take check, rook f7.
No, rook f7 it's easy. I think
But-
knight f7.
But rook c1, we saw this beautiful line, Lilith.
We saw. Now it's time
Yeah,
for
but-
Pragg to see.
But this is not difficult. Even queen f6 perhaps could be winning.
Right.
I think Pragg, I mean, if I can spot it, Pragg will spot it much faster than
Right,
me.
Faster, right? Yes.
And I know Pragg, he senses something here. Look at him. He's about to make a move.
Let's wait.
Guys, Pragg, if he wins, he's going to... And e5
Has
played.
been played.
Bam.
Has been played e5. And it's
Yeah.
+4 already.
+4. It's over. It's finito, Lilith. Queen g6 is coming.
He played e5. He has 11 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, he has 11 minutes on the clock. Plenty of time.
Plenty of
He
time.
doesn't
and-
need time, actually.
Yes, 14 minutes for Benjamin.
I think he might resign now, simply.
Oh, no. He will.
What to do, Lilith? Queen g6
No,
is coming.
he will not resign. This is for sure.
What to play?
Let's see. Okay, if queen c6, queen g6
Again,
check,
check.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, now if rook f7,
Bishop f6.
just bishop f6.
And I'm threatening to just take your defender again.
I agree. No, this is very easy.
Yeah.
Okay, so after e5, what else?
Guys, Pragg is just crashing through actually in this position. I don't see
Right.
any defense.
And if he takes, so we saw this variation.
And this
right?
actually is very
I
important.
think this will happen.
Rook
And
c1. This is
This
a beautiful line that we saw, guys. If you remember, queen
Yes.
b8, queen f6, queen d8, and very, very beautiful move. Rook to c8 here, as you guys
Right.
found. And then queen e7 is checkmate. This is happening. I mean,
Yes,
e5 has
this
been
is
played.
happening. Yes, e5 is
By the way, what a beautiful move. Bishop h4 by Pragg.
right. Practically, it's.
I mean, we were only focusing on d5,
Right.
queen c8. But Pragg found this bishop h4 and e5 idea.
And practically, it's very difficult, right, for black to defend
Yeah.
this position. Okay.
Pragg drinking water. It's officially over. People immediately spot this. Yeah.
So everyone knows already.
Everyone, they are very smart in the chat. They are very sharp. E5, Benjamin is thinking, and you can see from his facial reaction there, Lilith. I love looking at their f takes e5.
He took. So we were expecting this. So queen
Yeah,
g6,
we'll just wait. We'll just wait because this is going to happen immediately now on the board.
Yes. Queen,
let's see.
So the only question, rook c1, right? About
yeah.
Rook c1
so let's see what Pragg has found. I'm sure he has seen it all. He's just making sure. And d5 played.
Oh. Maybe this is also. This is also winning. This is also winning.
This is also winning.
So let's understand what is his
Pragg,
idea.
he always wants to find a, very unique win.
Yes. If here, what?
I guess he still wants to do the same. Queen g6 check.
Okay. Knight f7.
Knight f7, and now again the same idea, I think, with rook c1. And the same concept basically.
The same, yes.
And that he wants to do this queen f6 stuff. So d5 he played. Also completely queen e5. By the way, let's not forget queen c8 is also a simple win.
Simple, right?
Because
maybe even he wants queen c8.
Yeah, maybe he just wants to do this and take everything. This is coming.
Yes. Let's see.
So let's just wait on the board.
He didn't take, by the way.
He played queen b8. Okay, now we'll just wait and see
because
what he wants.
Because he didn't want to allow this. Okay. Yeah. But now, this is if queen g6 check, knight f7, right? Yeah. This will happen.
No, we'll just. I think we are going to see something special by Pragg now. I think he has seen the win because otherwise he would have gone queen g6.
Okay, let's see.
I have a feeling it is queen g6, but not sure.
Because now if queen g6, there's actually rook f7 move also.
Yeah.
Because bishop, let's show our viewers. Because if now queen g6, actually this we should also now think. Because if bishop d8, there's queen d8 move.
Yeah.
So it's not the same because queen here is defending the knight. Okay, so if queen, this is our position.
So queen b8, and this is the position on the board right now. Guys, a few ways for white to play this position actually. He can go queen g6 check.
What would you play, Raja? What would you play?
So I am considering
rook b1 maybe. How about rook b1?
b1?
Your move, I don't know. This could be.
Also winning. The thing is, Lilith, this position somehow with the king on e8 and this bishop on h4, I have a feeling that white just has many ways to play this position.
Right. And actually Pragg is choosing, right?
Yeah.
Which one?
Guys, what do you think he will play in this position? Do you have any creative ideas?
Right.
I'm very curious what the chat wants to say in this position, Lilith.
Queen g6, I think.
Yeah, queen g6, I have a feeling is very, very nice.
Queen g6 should be.
Yeah.
Move. But do you want to check or you want to wait?
I want to let's see if the if the chat suggests any interesting ideas.
Okay, if there is something.
Maybe the chat, someone is tempted by queen c5. Maybe someone is tempted
c5,
by
knight c6. I also thought about queen c5, but knight c6.
Knight c6 is there. There is a suggestion by Abhishek, queen h7.
Also possible, by the way. And if knight f7?
And if knight f7,
what is the idea?
What did you want? Maybe rook b1 now?
Could be.
And maybe the thing is like.
But now if queen e5, what then?
If queen e5.
How do we win here?
Queen e4 is one idea, Lilith.
Oh.
And if queen takes e4, rook b8, knight d8, take, check, take this, and I'm winning.
You are winning because a4 you can.
Exactly.
You can stop that.
This is a nice idea here. Queen e4, I think, is winning.
But maybe your rook c1 move again.
Rook c1, also winning.
Rook c8.
Many winning moves. That's the problem. We have to choose one.
Yes, we have to choose one.
People are saying rook b1. Some people are saying queen d3 might be the good move. That's also actually very good.
All moves
are winning. But I have to say one thing. I mean, like queen g6 was easier. Queen g6 was easier.
Yes, I agree. Queen g6, rook c1.
Was just very easy actually.
Right.
After d5, queen b8, Pragg still completely winning actually. So he did not spoil anything. Queen a4, guys, also possible, but then knight c6 is there.
Yes, knight c6 we don't want.
And we don't want to kind of, allow black to get this harmony.
Yes.
So I don't like queen a4. I like queen h7. I like queen g6. And I like rook b1.
Rook b1.
So if you found this move, then good job.
Maybe to guess, Raja.
Sorry?
For
me?
Yes, for which move?
Which move, yeah? Okay,
Yes.
let me think just 1 second. Let me put myself in Pragg's mind. Okay.
I am going for rook b1.
Rook b1, queen e5. Let me just understand how it is winning. And then queen c8. Okay, yeah, rook b1 will happen.
You also you go for also
Rook b1, because I just saw that after queen e5, I can go queen c8, and this is easily winning.
easily.
Because king f7, queen d7, and bye bye
Right.
knight.
Right.
After taking the knight, we can say good night. So queen b8, and I think rook b1 will happen
Okay.
now.
Let's see, good night will happen or not.
Yes.
Raja.
Shrikar Ogiral asked, have you learned Armenian language?
Yes.
I have learned a few words. I learned math, which means mate. I think paneer is also the same word.
Actually, you know Hindu well, right?
Yes, I know.
So you know already 1,000 words maybe.
Yeah.
Because we have similar many
We have
words.
some similar words.
Yes, about 1,000 similar words.
Wow.
Armenian and
Mhm.
Indian. So actually you know 1,000 words, Armenian
What
words.
is bishop e7?
This happened?
What? No, guys.
No.
What are you saying, Vasan? No.
No. This is a
Then
blunder.
that's the only move that does not win. Okay, Pragg is thinking, we are expecting the move rook b1. Do you think he will play that also?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
rook b1
yes,
also.
Rook b1 is our prediction in this game.
Yeah. And
Pragg is thinking.
Pragg is thinking, guys,
Pragg
he
is
has
thinking
6 minutes now. Oh my God.
Yes.
I'm sure he
He should
knows
be-
he's winning.
Yes, but he should.
Yeah.
So Mr. Laputan is saying if rook b1, which move? Queen e5, yes.
And queen c8.
Queen c8 we are thinking. Yes, queen c8
And
we are thinking that this is the simplest
yeah,
way.
king
maybe.
f7, check, and just take this.
Okay. We have.
And this is just winning.
Yes, but we have here, if rook f6 here. What then? How do we win here, Rajab? By the way.
I mean, the good thing about this position is I can just play h3. h3, and I'm going to go rook b8
Rook
next.
b8,
So,
right. And there is not, yes. And
yeah,
there is not
and I'm just very, I'm not going to allow any chances.
any chances, yes. Nice move, by the way.
Okay. So after queen b8, 5 minutes now for Pragg. He's winning, but
Yes.
come on, he has
This
to be
is only, the only
precise.
think that the time, right? I mean, why he's thinking so long?
Yeah. I'm a bit surprised actually that he's still thinking here.
I mean, he's choosing. He's choosing queen g6, rook b1, because there is choice, right?
Yeah, and okay, I think he's about to make a move there.
Yes,
Lilith,
we are waiting.
look at his hand. He's about to go.
Yes.
And bishop f6 played.
Oh.
What?
Also not. Also good
Also
move.
winning. Yeah.
Also winning. He doesn't want to give e5 pawn.
Yeah, he doesn't want to. But Lilith, he's winning, but he's not finishing. Yeah, it's
Yes.
like he's playing a very safe route to win.
Yes. He's making his fans nervous, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe we can use this time.
Yes, we
Yeah.
can just quickly check
Yes,
different games actually.
quickly.
Because Kollars versus Hovhannisyan.
Yes, we haven't checked for a long
Yeah,
time.
what's
this
happening
game.
here in this game actually?
Yes, so we stopped here.
C5, rook c6.
Rook c6.
We saw this.
Yes. Rook c4.
Oh wow, played. We had a suggestion in the chat.
We had, yes.
And rook takes, bishop
The
takes.
same variation.
This happened.
Yes, and king f8.
King f8.
Actually,
Of course, we cannot take, guys, because disco check here, winning the rook.
Right.
So king f8, bishop d5.
Actually, we discussed this variation.
Yeah, we saw this.
Yes.
And I thought white has some chances, but
Yes.
the king is very close.
Let's see.
So king
King
f2, king e3,
yes.
and bishop
King
e6,
and bishop e6.
threatening here, king c4. And this rook endgame, Lilith,
They are so tricky.
they're very tricky.
They are very tricky.
Rook b7 is what I'm expecting to happen right now.
Tactical idea. Tactical idea.
And I have a feeling that this might actually end in some sort of a draw.
Draw, right?
But
yes.
Still, black needs to be careful.
Yes, black needs to be very precise.
Yeah. Very important to keep drinking water, Lilith.
Pragg is not drinking, by the way. Pragg is not drinking his water.
Yeah, actually what happened after bishop f6?
Oh, we have
rook f7 played.
Okay, let's check. So this is our position.
Yeah, this
rook
is rook f7 played and 3.5 minutes for Pragg now.
Okay.
That's why he's not drinking water, Lilith. He has to make a move first. Queen g6 looks very tempting here, but I somehow want to just kick this queen away from this, diagonal, and here just rook b1 first.
So you want to
just kick the
b1.
Queen away, just
queen a8.
And now maybe I can consider queen g6.
Okay, let's see. And what is your threat now? If, for example, if I play just a4, do you have threat?
Let me think.
Do you have
some move happened, by the way. Rook b1 played. Okay,
rook
let's
b1.
see. Let's wait.
Okay.
And I expect queen a8.
Okay, queen a8.
Let's see what I played. And guys, Pragg having +3 advantage.
Yes, big advantage.
Big advantage,
but he should win.
Yeah,
yes.
how actually?
Queen c7.
Queen c7 is very interesting.
But d5 maybe.
No, queen c7 just knight c6, Lilith, and he will defend everything there.
Right. I thought d5, to open the rook.
And now I'm somehow thinking, how can I invade with my rook?
We want to bring the rook, but how?
How to bring the rook in the game? That's the question. It's possible we can even take a slow approach here, actually. And
yes. And what?
And h4, exactly.
Oh.
h4 played, and Pragg
really?
makes a slow approach here.
h4. And if I play a4?
If a4 now.
What do you play?
I think I will just take this pawn now. I will play rook b1. And I'm just going to take this pawn now. Just take this pawn.
Okay.
And then he will reach the time control. And he did not put... But Lilith, I am not happy because I have a feeling that, if he played this move, Queen g6 here, it was just resigns.
And rook c1, right?
And if knight f7, then rook c1 is game over.
Yes.
If rook f7, then this is just a free piece.
Right.
So, surprised that Pragg did not find this actually. This is the live position. He played h4, still completely winning.
Right. No, the difficult was Raja that he had choice just.
Yeah.
Too many good moves, Too many good moves.
And RG says that finish it quick because there is IPL in India, which is Indian Premier League in cricket. And we have the finals today. So the players are like, okay, this is interesting, that is interesting.
And actually soon Norway chess is starting.
Norway chess is also starting.
Yes.
So you should have 2 TVs, 3 TVs. One Norway chess, one this tournament, then cricket.
And actually nowadays cricket is more popular or chess?
No, cricket
is
still popular, but chess is growing big time actually.
Yes.
Chess is growing.
So still
Knight
cricket.
c6 played, by the way. So let's come back to this game right now. Maybe Queen g6 now. Now that the knight came, left the defense of this rook.
But what is the threat? You want to take h6?
Yeah, slow chess. Yeah, just take this pawn and maybe promote this pawn. I'm in no rush.
No rush. Okay, let me try this.
Okay,
I only have this. This is only.
And I will take this pawn also. Oh no, this is a blunder. Okay. I cannot be very... Oh, okay, check first. You come here.
Yes.
I'll give one more check.
Yes.
You come here.
Yes.
And
now?
Bishop g7 was tempting somehow. Because now I'm threatening Queen h8 and Bishop f6.
Actually, you are threatening Queen h8 and also winning the Queen.
Yeah, so this is a very smart idea.
Bishop g7, what a nice move.
Yeah, guys, almost 1,000 people watching. If Praggnanandhaa wins this, he's going to join the joint lead And queen g6 played.
Okay, so queen g6 finally.
Found.
Finally this move. On every move we are expecting.
And you know, like the way Benjamin wrote this move and like went back in his chair, kind of, he was not very happy.
Are you expecting a4?
Yeah, I think he will try to at least
because
push.
There is only
played,
one.
Immediately played.
Yes, there is only one hope for black.
Yeah, Paras Mittal asks, if Pragg wins, will I dance? Guys, by the way, we have this thing, usually me and Sagar, like if something interesting happens, we do a dance move.
Oh.
Which is very interesting actually.
Okay,
maybe one day.
Queen g8 check. Queen g8
yeah, queen
check.
g8 check. Yeah, played.
Yes, I saw that. Oh,
and
he's repeating. He's repeating to get time.
Guys, this is
smart.
Yeah, smart 35th
decision.
move, Lilith.
Yes, of course it's smart to gain 1 minute.
Yeah,
why
and
not?
5 minutes away, 5 moves away from reaching the 40th move.
Yes.
Then he will get half an hour on the clock. Yeah, very interesting. And now just chop the pawn, right?
So you were suggesting yes. And then bishop g7, what a nice move.
I like this idea a lot actually. My idea was that if a3, guys, to give a check, rook has to move back. And now I give this check, again, only move. Okay, and he's about to play this. So we'll stay, queen h6 played.
He took the
He took it.
Yes, and a3 also will be, Benjamin will play.
Yeah,
because no other move actually.
I mean, it's like at least he can say that my pawn was 1 square away from queening.
Yes, for sure.
So he is trying to go a3 and
A3.
then queen h8. Let's see if Benjamin will play this move. I think he will. Pragg having 3.5 minutes, so it's not so bad. 3.5 minutes is still comfortable.
Yes, it's still comfortable. But he made his task a bit difficult, right?
A bit tricky.
I have such feeling.
Because
now, as you said, pawn only 2 squares.
2 squares. So, but the thing is, he's going to make a queen, but we are hitting the king there.
But he will get mat.
Yeah, he will get mat there, exactly.
So a3. Okay, a3.
Yeah, played. Okay, let's see now, guys, if Pragg finds like this continuation that I was showing. He can actually just repeat twice, gain some time. It's possible. Let's see. 3 minutes.
No, because if he checks, I mean, this is not repetition. Because if you play queen h6...
No. I will give a check, Lilith.
Yes.
And I can just repeat like this. But let's see. He has less than 3 minutes now. Guys, the way to go is check, rook comes back and bishop g7. That's the winning sequence.
But we saw that queen f4 is a blunder, right?
Yeah, queen f4.
Why? Let's understand why it's a blunder.
Queen f4, because we have to attack the king.
I agree. So a2, right?
Yeah.
Rook a1, the only move.
And now something like queen b8 and queen b1 is coming. We cannot allow this, guys. We have to hit the king.
Right. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm very curious actually.
We are waiting.
Yeah. I'm going to drink water anticipating this move, queen h8, queen h5.
Down a bit, right? Because you are also so nervous, Raja.
Yeah, this is very exciting, Lilith.
Yes, let's see. But Pragg is getting a bit nervous.
Yeah,
because he gave some, he made his task difficult.
But he spots this bishop g7 idea for sure. I have seen Pragg, he spots these like small nuances very quickly. And let's see if he's about to make the move. So he's touching, he's going something. Oh, it takes the pawn.
Oh,
no, Lilith. This is
This
insane.
is unbelievable.
How did Pragg... that's why when you have a win, queen g6 and bishop, I was telling you, rook c1, he had to play it, Lilith.
I mean, this is just unbelievable,
Guys, Pragg is making his task very difficult. Now it's back to equal.
Oy. This is just unbelievable.
a2, blitzed out by Benjamin, rook a1.
And how?
And queen b8.
Queen b8?
I don't know. I mean, it's tricky. Black is also 1 square away. So I don't know how it's possible.
Yes. He wants to play queen c1.
He played queen b7, by the way. Yeah, so we are going to... And this is a blunder.
Because you know why? After queen b8, queen c1, maybe knight e5 there is move.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how queen... So again, for me, he had 12 minutes. And for me, queen b8 was very intuitive.
Yes, but we fought queen b8 or queen b7.
No. I was sure queen b8. Because also, I have an eye on this diagonal. And I just thought queen b8, rook f6 idea.
Because after queen b8, let's see. Black wants to check. I mean, queen c1, right? is
Yeah,
the-
because my point was if you go h5 here, rook f6 becomes an idea. That's why I was
Right.
wanting to do this Lilith.
Right.
So queen b7, and now after queen c1, white is winning again, I think. What a game this is, guys.
No, this is
This is
just
more
ins-
exciting than cricket. This is like one move here, one move there. What is this?
By the way, do you play cricket also?
I am not very good at cricket, Lilith.
You play, but you are not that
Yeah,
good.
I actually play football. I love
Oh.
football a lot. I think,
Okay.
and people always ask me what is my favorite team. So I'm a big football fan
And
actually.
what is? We don't know.
So it used like Barcelona. I've been always a big fan.
Uh-huh.
But when Xavi, Iniesta, and Messi were there, that was my golden period.
Okay.
And
okay.
now, of course,
now-
everyone is everywhere. So it's
And-
hard to. Queen C1 played, by the way, and Pragg is winning.
But you know what I don't like, Raja? That Pragg
Oh,
gave
lag.
the-
1 second. People, is it lag or is it all good? Can you please tell me if everything is good?
that Pragg gave chance. You know, I mean, this is not a good sign actually, because he was completely winning. He gave chance, right? This queen b8 was saving the game.
Yeah.
Do we have a problem again?
No, I'm waiting to see the comments. Some people are saying all good. It was lagging. Okay, so hopefully all is good now.
Queen b3.
Yeah.
What do we do now? Do we push the pawn, Raja?
Let
Not
me
really.
think. By the way, 39th move, Lilith, Pragg just needs to make one more good move.
And I think he will play h5.
I'm
I
not
think
sure.
he will
I think
play.
he will play king h2.
No,
Yeah, king h2 will be played Lilith and then queen d2.
no,
For sure,
No,
for sure king
no.
h2 will happen.
no. I'm for h5.
I think king h2.
Let's see. Let's see.
I told you, I know him,
Yes.
Lilith. Yeah, Lilith, look, he was
This
doing
time
it.
you are winning.
Yeah.
Yes, you are going to win. I see. I see.
Guys, king h2 is the best move. Yes,
Yes,
plays
and-
it. And now
Yes,
completely
yes,
winning.
Yes.
He,
Mhm.
he gave everyone a heart attack. The all Pragg supporters could not believe what is happening.
Yes,
And
because he gave chance.
Yeah.
I mean, from completely winning position, here he gave chance. If Gledura would have fought
Queen b8.
Queen b8, yes,
I-
because now Queen c1, knight e5.
Yeah, I mean, who is winning? Yeah. Okay. For sure, bishop e5, queen e5, rook a2. White is still better
Right.
because he's a pawn up.
This
But
is completely different
yeah,
story.
completely different story.
Mhm.
King h2 played. Pragg gets up from his chair. He takes off his jacket there. No, he still has it. And he gets 30 more minutes to calculate from now. And okay,
Yeah.
I think now,
You can calm
yeah,
down.
we can calm down, guys.
You can calm down, right?
Guys, if you are lagging, just refresh. It's all good here. Everything is good. Just refresh.
Raja, because they passed already 40
Yeah.
moves, right? So let's check other boards. Okay,
Mhm.
what is going on here? Okay, actually Aram is in a big time trouble.
Mhm.
So after b3, queen b5, what happened here? a4, queen h5, bishop b2. Okay,
Mhm.
queen c5. Oh, what is this with the queen?
Actually,
right?
I'll just refresh our cameras here
Okay.
so that it's everything. Let's see if I can refresh this. Okay. Hopefully this is better. Yeah, Lilith, please.
Okay, so we stopped here, right? b3, queen b5, and here white played a4.
Mm-hmm.
So just I want to understand what is going on here, Raja. If b takes c4, knight takes c4, right, or what?
Yeah,
I mean,
b
if
c4,
it
knight
takes,
c4.
it's just big blunder because of knight c4. You yes, just
Yeah.
knight takes c4. And,
So
okay,
he goes
that's
a4,
why he goes for a4.
queen h5, bishop e2, just getting so many tempos, queen c5, b takes
Now
now,
finally taking
knight,
the pawn.
bishop d6 played, intermezzo,
Mm-hmm.
because if knight c4, there could have been some e5 business.
No, knight c4 we take.
Yeah, just take, yeah.
We just take.
We just take, so bd6, queen f3, queen e5, bishop c3, knight c4. What a
Oh,
move!
what a move in time trouble actually.
Cannot believe this actually.
Oh, let's see what is this. Oi, what is this, Raja? Let's understand. So, if first of all, let's check if bishop takes.
First, let's take the queen. I mean, that's the first question. Let me take the queen.
Okay, then knight takes e5.
Yeah,
Right.
knight takes e5. So you got one piece.
Right.
And you are going to win the rook as well.
Right. And queen is under attack.
Queen is under attack.
So queen where? Queen e3, for example.
Rook c2.
And black
bishop
is
c5
bishop
and black
c5.
is again attacking.
Attacking like yesterday. Right?
Yes. So knight c4, bishop e5, knight e5 looks very comfortable for black.
For black.
Let me just get the cameras. And
I have a question. If bishop takes c4, what is this? What is this? Let's understand.
And now he just wants to take queen takes e4, Lilith.
This is so crazy.
This is just incredible awareness.
Crazy. Yes.
If queen takes e4, knight takes e4, and bishop takes a5 here.
Both bishops are hanging, right?
Rook c4 takes, and some equalish endgame is reaching actually.
Oh.
So this game.
What is this? This was very nice actually.
Knight c4 was beautiful. Pragg has not won yet, guys. He's winning. They've just reached the time control, and Pragg has a +4 position.
Yes. So I think this will happen. So bishop takes c4, queen takes e4, right?
Yes.
And both bishops are hanging.
Rook is also hanging right now.
Right,
so you have to take, and I should also take the pawn.
Yes.
And this is going to happen. This variation is very forced actually. And I think after all of the dust clears, bishop b6 loses to bishop e5. Very nice point there, because the rook b1, knight d2, and the c1 knight is hanging. So bishop b6 is a blunder. Knight d3 is just very, very safe.
Safe. Okay. But I wanted bishop e1. Is bishop e1?
Bishop e1 problem is bishop e5 and you lose the a4
I'm
pawn.
losing my pawn. Okay.
So knight d3 just stops it, and this is very, very drawish actually. So I expect still a draw from this position, which means I'm right.
Your prediction.
Let's go.
Right? Your prediction. Okay.
And Sevian Bjerre, what's happening here?
Okay. What is this? So we stopped in this position.
Yeah, we saw rook b1, b3 was played.
Okay, not your move.
Yeah, rook b3, and he just chopped this pawn. If rook takes a4, this is a checkmate on d1.
Very nice idea. But this allows knight b6. Okay. Actually, look what happened. So black is 2 pawns up, right? But opposite colored bishop, and bishop on e3 is very stable.
Yeah.
So I think white has good chances or not good.
I mean, chances are there for sure, but if you think about it, black is just 2 pawns up.
Okay.
And king e7, king f7, he went for g3, rook h8. Now h3 pawn is weak. Rook h5, rook g1. This will be the longest game, I think, in the whole tournament, because Sevian will just keep pressing, pushing, and these positions are very tough to defend.
Right.
So I think I stand with my prediction that Sevian will slowly but surely
win, right?
Put enough pressure on Bjerre that he makes a mistake. e5, bishop d7 is one idea that comes to mind. But white wants to go h4. Okay, interesting. So it's not so easy, maybe.
Not that easy. Raja, maybe it's time to shift our rooks to another side.
Sorry?
Shift our rooks to another
rooks
side.
To another, after h4, you mean? Or black.
Sorry. Oh, not white, black.
But the problem is g7 pawn is weak. So it's not so easy actually. Because if you move the rook, then I will just come back and hit your pawn on g7.
Okay, let me try. I want this.
Yeah, I will just come back.
And I want with this rook now.
But then bishop d4. This is just completely fine.
Good. Okay, I agree with you. Bishop g5.
So actually he has some drawing chances.
He has, yes. He has some drawing chances. I agree.
And what, by the way, what is happening in Kollars's game?
Oh, what is this? Again, these crazy rook end games, right? So what is this? So we stopped here.
Yeah.
So what happened
rook
here?
d7.
Rook d7.
Take. Rook g1, rook d2, takes, king f d8, and c6. But okay, this is just completely drawn. Yeah.
What do you play? Which pawn do you take?
Let's say rook h2. I mean, I can even give a check and win this pawn on c6. So, but okay, this I think is the cleanest. Just take this pawn,
This pawn.
and if you go king c5, I will give you check. If you go king b6, I will just play h.
But why don't you
1 second.
why don't you take after king c5 a2 pawn also?
Yeah.
When I see pawn, I want to
Yeah,
take.
actually, I can just take this, and if king b6, just keep checking.
Checking, right?
And
yes.
this is actually a pretty straightforward draw. So this game is going to be a draw, which
This
we
is
both predicted.
Yes, we both predicted.
Pragg game, queen a4 was played actually.
Okay. Okay.
And Pragg is thinking in this position because if queen d2, black is having a trick, rook takes f6.
And what is this?
And
if we take
on f6, then he wants queen takes h4 check.
Okay, but there is not perpetual check, right?
King g1 and knight b4, and maybe this can be a bit tricky.
Ah, I see.
So white has to be a bit careful to not allow such tricks.
Okay.
King h3 maybe will be played.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah. Okay, can I offer another move? So, okay, so your idea is simple. You don't want to give any chance.
Yeah.
And if I play queen b2 here?
Queen b2
not
is
good.
Not good actually.
But why? Because
just
F4,
knight b4.
Because f4 check.
Queen f4 check.
It's also in there.
Yeah.
So, okay, I wanted just to talk.
Yeah, but king h3, prophylaxis, you stop all checks, and next you are going to go queen d3 and just pick up this pawn.
Yes, I like this move.
And you can even just be completely ruthless and start pushing the h pawn.
Yes, I like this move very much, and I think this is in Pragg style.
Pragg style.
In Pragg style.
And look at Pragg, he's going back and forth. He knows this is completely winning, just making sure that...
Actually, he's pawn up now, right?
Yeah, he's a pawn up.
He's a pawn up, and this pawn is just winning pawn, of course, right? But first he should take this pawn.
Yeah, but he will take it next. I think queen d2.
Yes.
And he's going to take this pawn next.
Yes, king h3, right?
King h3 is just clinical.
Right. Okay, let me try, because knight also now, knight
cannot move. Because it's checkmate here.
Right.
Queen cannot move, pawn hangs. Rook is the only piece which can move. But let's say you go rook h7, now I'll go queen g5 again. I'm threatening queen g8 checkmate.
Yes. Actually, king h3 I like, yes. This is
And if king f7 in this position, h5, using my h pawn as a big asset, queen g6 check is a big threat now. If you go queen c2, I'm very sorry, but rook takes a2 I'm going to play.
Right.
And this is just winning.
Yes, nice tactics. Nice tactics are coming.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
If Pragg wins, he is going to become world number 6.
Oh.
Yeah, and then it's going to be Gukesh. Behind Gukesh will be Arjun. Then.
So if he wins, he overpass.
Let's see. Actually,
Gukesh,
this is very interesting. No. He will not overpass Gukesh. Gukesh is still on the top.
Because because he won.
So it's Gukesh is world number 4 because he beat Arjun yesterday. Arjun is 5. And if Pragg wins, he will overtake Nodirbek.
Nodirbek. Oh. So it will be 4, 5, 6.
4, 5, 6 all Indians.
All Indians, yes.
That will be crazy, guys. Pragg with this win actually is almost going to become he's going to become 2769.
I see.
And almost going to be 2770. So big moment for him actually.
Big moment for Pragg.
Yeah.
Okay. And let's check just very quick, right? What is going on in Aram's game, because this was very exciting.
Yeah.
This is actually what happened.
Exactly.
This is actually what happened. Yeah. Yes. And actually your prediction is going.
It's going well actually
it's going
today.
Well.
And this game I think is going to end in a draw, Lilith, because I have a feeling that somehow, white is completely safe now because he has managed to get this position. So rook d4 is what I'm expecting. And then I expect knight e1 to be... No, knight e1 is not good.
Not good, but why? Not good, but
Bishop
why?
c5 is why. Bishop c5 is the reason why, because f2 pawn is weak.
Okay.
So after knight d3...
Rook d4. So knight is hanging. Rook d1 is not good because pawn is hanging, right? The knight is hanging. Not knight.
A knight c1. maybe. No, knight c1, rook d1
Rook
check.
d1 check.
So this potentially could be a bit unpleasant.
And if knight b2? We
Wow,
did-
and it's so lucky because bishop c5 we have rook d1.
Right. Maybe knight d1 also.
Knight d1 I'm not a big fan of. It's passive.
It's
Rook
passive,
c1 is
yes.
better.
Oi. Even rook c1, rook d1, right?
Yeah, so somehow, okay, rook d4 played. So slightly pleasant for Hakobyan because the king is a bit weak, but with 30 minutes more on the clock, I think Xu Xiangyu will hold this position.
Yes. Yes. And actually, what else do we have here?
And
right?
we saw this game actually where Sevian has played pawn to e5.
Your move, by the
Yeah,
way.
and now h4 is what I'm predicting to happen, and it will be a long game.
It will be a long
It
game.
will be a long game. Not sure if White will manage to hold or not. Kollars's game, this is always happened. He took rook take and rook h7, and now just checks, perhaps check, king takes e6, and h3, f4, h2, f5. What's a clean way to make a draw
But
now?
why don't you give checks?
When?
Maybe now, no?
Yeah, rook e2 check. Yeah, also this is also possible. Because if king f6, we just go rook f2, right?
Yes, just
yeah,
f2.
take the pawn. Yeah, actually after rook h7, I expect this check to happen. And after king d6, as Lilith said, check. And now rook f2. This should be an easy draw.
Easy draw.
So this game is a draw for sure.
Right.
And Pragg has not yet played his move yet. By the way, if he wins, he will be at his peak. 2769. He has never, it will be the highest rating ever for him.
Okay. Yes, important moment for Pragg, right?
Yeah, king h3 is a classy move. Very classy move there.
I like this.
Yeah.
I like this move.
Guys, we'll just take a short break here now that they've reached the time control, and we'll play a very nice video that the organizers have prepared for us. And when we will back, we'll see who is going to catch Arvind on the leaderboard.
Exactly.
And we are back, guys, after a small break. And guess what? Pragg has found the classy move King to H3.
I like this move so much.
It's just
Raja, very nice.
stopping
move,
all
yes.
the checks.
All the very nice prophylactic move.
Queen
yes.
B3 played, but
Mhm.
now
And this is our actual position,
this
right?
is the live position. But
Mhm.
can I not just go Queen B2 now?
All right. And you want
If you
to
go
take-
Knight B4,
And
then
now what?
I think that I have some simple way to win in this position.
Somehow checkmate, right? Queen D6.
Just Rook C1 now, Lilith.
Ah.
Because if Knight C6, boom, bam, Rook C6,
Oh.
Queen, Rook C8 is just checkmate. What a
Nice.
beautiful finish. You have
Yes.
two queens.
Yes.
If your king is gone, then you can't do anything.
Right. Very nice
So,
variation, by the way.
Queen D2 is just
very
easy
strong.
win.
Yes, very strong. And if Knight B4, yes, this Rook C1 was very nice. I was thinking Queen D6. Yes, it's also winning,
yeah.
but Rook C1 is of course much nicer.
It's clean, very clean.
Yeah, very clean.
So
Okay.
Queen B3, Pragg is thinking in this position, but guys, Pragg is completely winning, and
Mhm.
he is going to join Arvind in the leaderboard with 4 out of 6 plus 2. Very, very good
Good result.
for
Yes.
him so far if he manages to win this.
Mhm.
By the way, Kollars versus Hovhannisyan game is ending
still
in a
going.
draw
N-
because King D6, Rook D4 check, King E6, Rook F4 is Black's idea, and then he just wants to basically give this check, pick up the pawn, and
Draw it
this
again.
is draw.
But
So
what happened? Just I'm curious. So, yeah, he took the pawn.
yeah,
But then
here
this.
he took
then
this
took,
pawn,
Yes.
Rook H7, and he just played Rook A4.
He played Rook A4. Okay.
So
This is the last.
guys,
move.
this
Okay.
game is ending in a draw very shortly.
Mm-hmm.
Hakobyan's game has actually entered in a
Oh.
knight end game,
Oh, and how?
and
What
this
happened?
A pawn is dangerous.
So after Rook D4, Knight B2 actually
Yeah,
happened.
knight B2 played, but why not Bishop C5 here?
Mm-hmm.
Bishop C5 could be a decent move there for Black. He goes Bishop E5,
Mm-hmm.
Rook D1, takes, and now White has an outside passed pawn, so Black has to be careful.
Yes.
He goes Knight C5.
Maybe he missed this Bishop C3.
I think so.
Might be right.
I think he missed this move
Maybe he thought he's winning a pawn.
because now Lilith, this can be dangerous for Black because the A pawn is always tricky.
I agree.
So,
I agree.
F5.
Okay, F5 has
But
been
this
played.
is actually getting trickier and trickier for Black. F4 seems like is one move that comes to my mind.
Actually, F4 is also my first
Yeah.
idea because we want very
Quickly to come with
queen,
the king.
right?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. This is still. I mean, this game is still very, very interesting.
This game,
because this end game is might go wrong.
but I'm
for
hoping
Black.
for a draw because that's what I predicted, and I don't think Black has any chances to win actually. So maybe
Right.
I'm in a small edge here.
Right. I agree. I agree.
So
I
F5 and Xu is thinking.
Mhm.
This game we saw
And how about Sam?
Sam actually has sacrificed an exchange.
Again, sacrifice. Like yesterday, right?
So Rook C3, he thought that after King E6, H4, Black does not have any good way to proceed. So he just sacrificed an exchange here.
Mm-hmm.
And
Only I see evaluation board. You know that evaluation
and
board.
now Rook H3, Rook takes H3, King takes H3. We can expect something like this to happen where Black will have 3 pawns because he has 4 pawns, but these pawns are doubled. So basically 2 pawns against White's Rook.
Mm-hmm. But maybe not to take after Rook H3.
Rook H3,
Rook F4.
Rook F4.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
This
Let's
is
keep a payoff rooks.
But somehow I have a feeling that after even King G3, White should be able to hold. Let's say I sacrifice my Rook for Bishop and a pawn,
Mm-hmm.
and then you have this 3 versus 1 here, but I think that should be a draw.
That should be draw.
So actually Bjerre has been putting very good resistance.
Right. Mm-hmm. Right. And Pragg is still thinking, right? Pragg is still thinking.
Pragg is still thinking here after Queen to B3, but we saw one win after Queen to D2 and Rook C1, which was very easy.
Right.
And Pragg basically just needs to end the game right now. He
Right.
has been winning for a very long time. It's time for Pragg to just play queen d2, rook c1 and win this game. It would be also very nice if he joins us afterwards, because he made a very interesting opening choice first of all.
Right.
Then he of course found very nice moves, king h2, king h2, but in the middle he missed this move queen g6. So I'm curious to ask him about that as well.
Right, and about queen b8, whether he noticed that instead of queen b7,
Yeah,
black
queen,
can play.
correct.
Black can play.
Yeah.
He could play queen b8.
Yeah, Vasan Nadarajan says queen d2 for Pragg. Exactly. That's the move. And Pragg is just taking his time. He's enjoying this position. And most likely he's just going to go ahead and win this game.
Right.
Which means that we will have only one win today in the whole round.
Right.
It's quite possible that Pragg is the only player who wins.
Right. Right. You are right. So let's check again your variation. So queen d4, knight b4.
Yeah, and rook c1.
Rook c1, right? And if knight c6, you said this move. Yeah. This nice move, right?
Yeah. Is there anything else that he's afraid of after queen d2? I don't see it. I don't see it. Any defense? Do you see any defense?
No, we want to take
the pawn. I just want to take the pawn. I mean, rook f6 if you take, but ef6, and then you try to go something like knight b4. Could this be something that Pragg is considering? But I don't feel so. I mean,
even your rook c1
just
here.
Queen g5 here is just mating on the spot. Queen g8 is coming.
Right.
If king f7, queen g7, this is GG. And queen b3 is about to make a move there. Guys, Pragg is about to make a move. Will it be queen d2? Vasan saying Pragg win quickly so we can follow Norway chess. Yes, queen d2 played.
Queen d2 has been played.
Yeah,
yes,
clinical finish.
Let's
incoming.
See. Yes, queen d2 has been played, and let's see whether Benjamin will play knight b4.
Yeah, and there you can see the bars there. Xu actually slightly better against Aram.
Better. Yes, let's see this after f5. He's still thinking. Okay,
yeah, he's still
after
thinking.
f5, he's still thinking. He's thinking whether to go f4, because this is like human move, right? We want to
f4,
fix the pawns and then to bring the king like very easily, right?
And I have seen many games like this going in white's favor, where white has this outside pawn in a knight endgame. Actually, I remember a game by my very good friend Abhimanyu Puranik, who, if I'm not mistaken, very curious actually. I think it was Aram that he was playing against.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And actually, my friend Abhimanyu in World Juniors, if I'm not mistaken, there was this game. Let me just check, guys.
I'm very curious.
Because it was a very similar game.
He played f3. Not f4, but f3.
Let's see. Yeah, it was a knight end game. And it was very similar actually, where black had these, passed pawn on the A file. And finally, that's what won black the game actually, because of these A pawn.
Oh, I see.
So Hakobyan knows this himself. He had this bad experience there, where this A pawn actually cost him the game. So he has to be careful now.
And we see F3.
By the way, F3 played, allowing black to play E5. I'm not a big fan of this, because black has gotten this nice central pawns, stopping king E3, king D4.
And black king wants to come to E6, also good square for the king, right? Yes.
So maybe actually, of course, objectively speaking, this is obviously a draw. Lilith, we of course know this 4 pawns, but practically it can be a bit tricky.
Can be tricky, for sure.
I think Pragg, in the meantime, he just knows he's completely winning. He's just...
And after queen d2, Benjamin is thinking.
He's thinking, but there are no moves here, Lilith.
We are waiting, right? We are waiting.
Yeah, I think...
Okay, and what is happening in Robert's game? So
here,
after rook a4...
they will just accept a draw.
Robert is still thinking, right?
But for sure they will just accept a draw, right? After king d6
check, and then rook f4. Yes, nice move.
Take this pawn next. Yes. If you go here, I will give a check, and then I will take the pawn on f3, and
It's a
this
draw.
is a trivial
Yes,
draw
this
in the
is
rook
easy.
pawn endgame.
But actually, very good defense from Kollars, right?
Yeah,
What do you
Kollars
think? He
was
defended.
worse
Yes, he was worse, but he defended very well.
for sure.
Very
And I
well.
think Hovhannisyan must be thinking, where did I go wrong? And I do have a feeling here, Lilith,
Yeah,
that
right.
after bishop f4, rook f4, instead of c5, maybe just king. No,
No.
what was my move?
Rook d1 here.
Yeah, rook d1.
here.
Yeah.
Rook d1 here.
I really found this move to be very, very promising, threatening rook d4, gaining
Yes.
space, gaining control of this d line.
And actually, you found here very nice idea. Rook d1 and after bishop h5, only after that to take.
Yeah, and then to take, and now
then
king
king
f2. Yeah.
f2. Yes, this was very interesting.
This was a very strong idea here, Lilith.
And there is no rook f5 to block this pawn because of this bishop h3. This was really very nice. Yes, very nice variation for white.
And after that, like, black just played well. He
Very
defended.
well. Yes, very
and
well.
I think
actually.
Hovhannisyan is a bit upset at himself because he got a good position. Now it's a draw.
Now it's a draw.
Hakobyan versus Xu Xiangyu got king e3.
And king e6.
Maybe now he wants to go f4 to get control of this d4 square.
Let's check. If f4.
No, it's black to play.
Oh.
So maybe
yes,
g5.
g5, yes.
And
I
I think this will maybe end in a draw.
Right.
Because the king is somehow very close to the pawn on a5, and I cannot push it.
Oh,
yeah,
he played a5. This I didn't see. Okay, see, he played a5, king e6, king e3.
Yeah, because now I cannot push this pawn, and somehow after g5 I just don't have, like, because f4 this just simplifies ef4, gf4 and g4, and even black can get a pass
this
pawn.
was very interesting moment. G takes f4. We see that evaluation bar is giving now
Some
slightly
chance, yeah.
some chance for, but why? For example, if now if I play e4, you want to say that d4 is
e4, then now king d4, white is, sorry.
No, knight b3 then. So why it's so bad? Why it's so bad? What do you think? Maybe knight b5
e2.
or knight b5 with
Yeah,
knight d4.
same idea actually. Knight b5 idea, knight d4, and then the king has to stay here, and then white will just bring his king, and this is winning.
This is
so
winning.
There are some ways where
there are some tricks, right? You see. So anyway, we are expecting g5, f4, but here that's why this is very important idea. It takes f4, right? G takes f4 and g4 now, and black has counterplay actually.
Yeah, exactly. King d6 played by Aram. He's trying to bring the king closer. I can definitely expect this move pawn to f4 to be played by Xu, and he will put some pressure there on Hakobyan.
And again, I have this question for you, because this endgame is anyway, it's interesting, right? If f4, white plays with black. Again, this should be analyzed. Do we want this or not?
Because now knight b5 check, you are in big trouble.
I see.
No, not knight b5 check.
But why not?
First g4, g6, fixing these pawns, and now knight b5.
Oh.
And now this is good, okay.
Okay, but of course, I have so many questions always.
Yeah.
So why in this case knight b5? Because this looks also very very tempting. Why in this case it's not that good?
Because after king d5 here,
king d5, okay, knight d4,
g6,
you play g6, and this is not a weakness because now I don't have g4.
Exactly.
Okay, so now it's clear, right, for our viewers also, why actually g4 in this position. Where is our position? Here. In g4 is so important to play, because now there is not f takes g4 e4. This is right, knight takes e4.
Yeah, now knight takes e4 is falling, and white is just winning here actually.
Okay, but this is very interesting. Okay, that's why here e4 actually is a big blunder.
Yeah,
big blunder.
e4 is a big blunder there, and I expect f4 to be played here, but he goes h3. Very interesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
h3,
and maybe g5 now.
Okay.
Could be interesting.
And if still f4, what do you do? Right?
And then ef, gf, g4, this idea.
Again, the same idea, right? Oh,
no. This is losing now.
But why? Maybe take.
And knight e4. Yeah.
And this pawn ending is winning, because we have, in Russian we say trousers. I don't know.
Sorry, trousers.
Trousers. Yes. I don't know in English we use this term or not. Right.
Yeah.
Do we use
I don't think in English there is there, but it makes sense. Like it will both go together
Yes,
basically.
yes. Okay. So, what else do we have here?
So h3 and now g5 is what we're expecting for Aram.
Yes, but after f4, not that variation.
Yeah, not that variation actually. Maybe just ef, gf, and he can wait. Maybe king c6.
King c6.
And just wait. Because if you take, then I'll take back with the h pawn.
Yes.
Yeah. So h3, g5 is a good move here.
What else do we have?
Sevian. Yeah,
Yes.
Sevian,
What
king
is this?
g3 happened.
King g3, your move, yes. Maybe rook f4.
Rook f4. Let's say I go rook c1.
Okay. So you want to sacrifice or not yet?
Yeah, for sure I want to sacrifice.
Okay. But maybe to wait. Why do you want to sacrifice?
No, I mean, this is an easy draw. If you allow this, this is a very easy draw. And I just take, maybe not easy.
Not that easy, because king f5,
and I go rook c8.
But
but now rook g4 check. Yeah.
Yes, the evaluation bar is
so maybe
not
this
happening.
can be a bit tricky actually.
It can be tricky. Yes.
Maybe
I think white can wait with this
sacrifice.
Right? Maybe as black I want to play g5, king f5, who knows?
Yeah, of course black is the one who's playing for a win. It's clear.
Because 2 pawns,
yeah,
right?
2 pawns and 3 pawns actually, Lilith.
Oh, sorry, 3 pawns.
It feels like 2, but it's actually 3.
Yes. But because they are the double pawns, that's why it's not easy to win this position actually.
And by the way, Benjamin's still thinking in this position.
He's still thinking.
I think it's possible that he will just throw in the towel here and offer his hand ahead in resignation.
Yes.
And guys, yes, Arvind made a quick draw with the white pieces. It's a mystery for all of us yet, because he was with the white pieces. We obviously expected him to push, but maybe he was very tired. Maybe some things that we are not aware of, but definitely a surprise there to make a draw with the white pieces.
Right. So here we are waiting for maybe night before, right? What is going on here? Okay,
F4,
your move, Raja.
No, but actually this was not what we were discussing. We were seeing f4 immediately, but they played h3, and instead of g5, g6 was played, and now f4.
Now f4. Okay.
And if e4 now,
again
g4, and
again
white
your
is actually
move.
having
Putting
serious
pressure.
chances to win.
Right.
So let's see what Aram does.
Let's see what Aram does exactly. What would you play here, Raja?
I would still consider g5.
Still g5.
But I would be afraid actually, because now you can take and potentially go g4. You even have the idea of going h4 and then 2 outside pawns.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yes.
That is scary.
But can black play f4 here?
Yeah, f4, but then I will just go king f3.
Let me check here if
and now you're in a bit of a pickle.
I see.
Because I'm threatening knight e4 check. If you take here, take, and I'm threatening this, my pawns are just queening.
Yes, but here how to draw this position then?
Yeah, it's tricky. Maybe you have to go e4 check here, Lilith.
Right, because this is actually not good, because there is this
no, that is just winning for black actually.
Right.
So here black, after knight e4, I have to take h takes g5
and make a draw.
And this is a draw.
Right.
So f4, very important for Aram to not go e4.
Yes, we saw that this e4 structure is not good
because
for black
g4 and then f5 pawn becomes very weak.
Very weak. Yes, that's why you are okay. If not g5 here, what else black can do?
If you take, this is also okay actually.
All right, and then g5, and then g5,
and then g5. Let's say if you don't go g5, yeah, then white will play h4.
h4 maybe himself, yes.
And this can be a bit unpleasant. Knight e6, knight e2. You cannot go to b5 because knight d4
again,
check
this
wins.
Pawn end game, right? Yes.
And there are some like landmines in this position. Like, you know, that game Minesweeper that on computer. If you press here, maybe. Oh, by the way, 1 second.
Knight b4.
Knight b4. But just rook c1 now is just checkmate force.
Yes. But of course, here Pragg will take his time. He will take his time to calculate everything.
But what is there to calculate? Rook c1?
I don't know. Rook c1. Let's see.
It's just one move tactic, right?
Okay. Yes, because there is not also rook f8 such moves, right?
Yeah.
Because d7 then is hanging.
This is actually just over on the spot, guys. Rook c1, if Pragg plays, he's going to win this game.
Yes, let's see.
And if he
wait.
wins, he's going to join the leader Arvind, and quite likely they will be the only two players leading this tournament. So big moment for Pragg. Rook c1.
Yes, this is big moment for him.
I think he will just play it after 20 seconds.
No, he will take his time.
Let's see. 20, 19. Guys, do you think he will play it in 20 seconds?
No,
18,
I think he will take it. Oh, no.
17.
Right.
Yes! He plays it, Lilith. Rook c1.
Yes. Raja, today you are guessing everything. You are
he just
guessing
gets up.
everything.
Yeah.
Yes.
And yeah, I think...
Actually, you found king h2, king h3, right? You are finding all moves
yes,
today.
today I'm actually...
You are in a very good form today.
And guys, yeah, Pragg just gets up from his chair because he knows black has no defense, just waiting for the final moments here where Benjamin resigns. Because no way to stop rook c8.
Oh, he made some move. d5 he made.
d5?
Yes, what is this move?
Oh my god, what a crazy defense.
Right. But this was interesting.
Yeah, and now rook c8 check,
king d7.
Queen c1 is an interesting way to play this. Because if you queen, then I have queen c7 checkmate.
Right.
But I have a feeling that after d5, e takes d6 is the simplest.
Yes.
Because if you take, then I check and I'm just queening.
Right.
Is there anything else?
I think he takes d6. He will go.
I think queen g5 will happen. And
really?
Queen g8 is unstoppable. So Queen g5 is going to happen, guys. Now Pragg, Queen g5 no defense. Yes, Queen g5 on the board, Lilith.
Okay.
Queen g8 check.
Maybe already this game ended.
Yes, resignation there.
Resignation.
And Pragg has won.
Pragg has won.
Moving to 4 out of 6.
Yes, what a good game, by the way. Really good game. But at some moment, anyway, he gave chance.
He gave a big chance actually to his opponent.
Yes, he gave a chance.
And as you see from the bar that has also been updated, Pragg has gone to 4 out of 6. His opponent Benjamin continues to struggle in this event. He's on -2, Lilith.
Right, yes, right.
He's having a tough event there. Pragg, just gets up there. Beautiful win by him.
Beautiful win, yes. Very, very nice game. But anyway, this moment this queen.
I don't think it was an accurate game. Actually, he won the game, but I'm definitely sure that when he will check it with the engine, he's not going to be happy with the quality of the game. And that's the most important thing, Lilith, that even if you win, you should still analyze the game because we still have a lot to learn.
Of course.
But Pragg OP, yes, definitely. GG. A lot of people saying. Okay, let's check.
Let's check out the games. What do we have?
Xu Xiangyu EF4 played.
EF4, yes. And I think after G takes F4, I think he will go for G5.
Yeah.
Yes, I think he will go for G5.
So quite likely this game, they will just change all of these pawns and it will end in a draw. Kollars' game is still going on.
It's still going on. Yes, but we predicted this, right?
They're repeating actually. Look at this. They gave a check and they're repeating.
Okay,
so,
yes. It might be this game also ended already.
In the draw.
Because we have 15-minute delay, right?
Yes, we can check actually. Yeah, they're still thinking, but I think that in the future, after 15 minutes, this game has ended.
And what is how about
Sam and Bjerre is actually the only game with big intrigue. Because...
Right. Actually, 2 days in a row, Sam is pushing. Yes.
And he needs a breakthrough. He's getting good positions, but if he doesn't convert them, then it's of no point.
Right.
So Sam is going to try and put a lot of. He's playing well. I mean, he's playing well, but he needs a
Yes.
win.
Yes, yes, exactly, exactly.
Yeah. So here Sam is maybe if the bishop is on d3, I think black has huge winning chances like this.
Really?
I think like just to show you, like if you do this, this could give black very good winning
Okay,
chances
then
in my
b5,
opinion.
right?
And then b5.
Mm-hmm.
Practically at least.
Practically. Okay.
But of course, it's not so easy to get it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Bjerre is definitely a bit more relaxed compared to 10 moves before, where black had 2 bishops and
Right.
it looked very dangerous. Now I think Bjerre having more and more chances.
Exactly, exactly.
So, okay, so Arvind Pragg finished.
All right. We have still.
King f4 played.
Okay. King f4. Interesting.
He stops g5 because now this pawn hangs. King e6 is not such a good move
If
in
knight
this
e6
position
check?
because h4 will come.
Okay.
Knight e6 check, Lilith. Very logical. King e3.
Mm-hmm.
What will you play?
Let me think.
King c5. I suspect to be a very easy way to
Yes, and
play.
at some moment I want to play g5 also. I want to play this move.
You actually don't need to now because the knight on e6 controls this.
Okay.
And
if, for example, h4 here.
yeah, if you go h4,
you want to just wait with king c6? What do you want?
Let's say I just wait. Yeah.
You just wait. Okay. You
and
just
I just
want
come
to
back.
king c6,
King
c5.
c5. Yeah.
Okay.
You come here. I will just come back king c5, and I don't see how white can make progress.
Okay. So your idea is just simple, to keep knight here on e6, covering f4.
f4 and d4.
And
very important.
Very important, 2 squares, and then just move.
Yeah. Of course, I can even just go g5, and that's also an easy draw.
I like g5 because there is not h5.
It gets rid of the tension.
Knight g7. There
exactly.
Is no, right?
Yeah.
So,
or even f4 check, and then g takes, knight takes also is completely fine.
Yes.
So we are expecting knight e6 check.
Knight e6 check. Yes. Yeah. Here and here, who is thinking? Okay.
Okay, this game has ended actually.
Yes,
I think because
I think this is like
checks and
Philidor
check. This is easy draw.
Right. This is easy draw.
And then this game, I feel like will be the most interesting one to follow.
Right. This one, right?
Yeah.
Actually, we predicted that this game actually would last the longest. The longest, yes.
And Bjerre is thinking, I have a feeling he might go rook d6 in this position.
Let's check. So rook d6. Okay, then I want to play maybe rook h1 somehow.
And I just want to liquidify somehow, but that's losing.
So yes.
But the reason is, the reason is that take you have rook g1 check and you cut my king.
Right.
However, if I start with king g2 and then you go, let's say rook h5,
right,
and now I take, this actually might be a draw.
Engine doesn't like. Engine doesn't like these positions for.
I will go here. But it's tricky because you can even push e3 at some point and then
king e4, right?
Yeah, so this might be difficult actually. But Bjerre is like, I'm not going to sack. I'm just going to.
He will not. He will not. Okay, we have already one draw in a row.
This happened, guys.
This happened. So
this is a draw.
Yes.
We have this draw.
So we have 2 games left.
2 games left, and quite likely after knight e6, king e3,
what happened?
King c5.
King c5.
This will also end in a draw.
Yes. King c5 will happen. We are expecting just that this pawn will not run, and on the next move g5.
Exactly.
Or waiting.
Yeah. So both of these are draw. Both these moves are drawn, which means only game actually where we are not sure what will happen is this one.
Yes, exactly.
So we even have the cameras of the players in this game. Rook e3. Actually, I'll just update the camera here a little bit because rook e3 was already played, I think. Rook d1, king f5, and and yeah, rook e3 has been played.
Rook e3 has been played.
And Sam is thinking.
Okay, let's think with Sam also. What do we do if If we were black here.
The problem is we just cannot push this b5 pawn.
Then yeah, bishop.
Because rook d6 and the bishop actually becomes very awkwardly placed.
Right. Then
Bishop
bishop
e8
is not
and
stable.
rook b6, like white is just doing very, very well.
Exactly. This we don't want
So he
because
goes
we
rook
want
at
to
6.
keep bishop here.
Yeah.
It's stable with pawn on on b7 defending the bishop.
So he goes here. Maybe now he wants to stop white from going rook d6.
And also rook g6 check.
And check
maybe.
is also coming.
Right. Actually, rook h6
Tricky.
Tricky. I was thinking about this move.
What will white play now?
Maybe king g2.
King g2 check.
Check, right.
And if king f1, then bishop b5 check
Bishop
can
b5.
come. And I get this, my bishop on d3.
You got what you wanted. And here, if actually rook g3, e3 now
is dangerous.
Is dangerous. So okay, so king g2, then it's not.
I was thinking rook g1 is one idea, but it's too passive.
It's too passive.
So rook d8 I feel will happen.
Okay, and the rook g6 check.
And I'll just come back king h2.
Mm-hmm.
And say that you don't really have progress.
Yeah. Okay. Very interesting.
But of course, black will play rook f6, then play g5, g4. Try all the possible chances in this position.
Yes, this will happen. I agree.
Yeah.
Okay, and in Aram's game, what is happening here? Yes, my g5 move. My g5 move. Yes, because it's a6, king c6.
Yeah, okay.
King c6.
Knight e2. What do you do now?
Let me think. Honestly, I wanted to play king b6.
But then knight d4.
Knight d4, f4 check.
Yeah, take.
No, knight f4 I will take.
Really?
Right.
Yeah.
Why not? Why not?
Yeah, this is just an easy draw. So g5, and I think in the future this game probably already ended.
Yes, it might.
By the way, Bjerre played this move rook d8. Very nice defense.
Yes, and let's see now what Sam will do. But Sam will be very upset, right? 2 days in a row, he had big advantage. I mean, today not big, but yesterday actually he had big advantage that he didn't win. And today also he had advantage. But again, we see that it
might end in a draw.
It might, yes.
So guys, Praggnanandhaa might be the only winner in today's round, with the white pieces moving to 4 out of 6, establishing himself as a joint leader along with Arvind. So the two friends are actually the leaders now after this round.
Yes, they are leaders. You are right.
Because even if Sevian wins, he's not going to catch up to them.
Yes, only Aram can catch, but
it's not possible.
It's not possible, right? Actually, knight e2.
Yeah, king c5, and probably this line will happen. Knight d4, and this chop, and h4, or even simple knight f5, win this pawn. It's a draw.
Yes, that's a draw. No, only this game we will have.
Only this game we need to check.
Only this game. It's true. And how many? Okay, so Sam has 9 minutes, right? And Bjerre has 14 minutes on the clock. I think check he will give to cut the king.
To cut the king, but I will come back king h2.
King h2. Yes, let's see what.
And if you go king f4.
Yes, I want to play.
I will play rook f8 check.
Can I play rook f6 here?
Rook f6.
What is this? Yes.
Rook g8.
Honestly, I don't see how black can progress.
It's not so easy to progress actually.
No. I think he should, anyway, at some point, if he wants to fight, I mean, he has
to push b5.
He has to push, right. Otherwise,
but it's not, he has to find the perfect coordination as well, which is not that easy somehow.
Not that easy. No, rook g6, but will happen. This will happen.
Yeah, so this will most likely happen.
Yes, most likely this will happen. And now, at some point,
and what fighting spirit in this tournament! Like there has been no day where the players have not played for 5 hours.
Yes, yes, more than 5 hours.
More than 5 hours, always, which is incredible.
Yes, every day.
Yeah.
And every day you miss your dinner, right?
Yeah. Actually, guys, here the games are lasting for a very, very long time. So I can only imagine like it's tough for us guys here for 5 hours, but I can only imagine what it is for the players.
For
You
the
know,
players,
they are
yes.
playing with so much tension, so much pressure there, and still managing to play so well. So yeah,
Yes,
it's
exactly.
amazing.
It's amazing.
And Bjerre, by the way, Sevian down to less than 8 minutes. This game might last 1 more hour. I think
Yes.
it's quite possible, Lilith.
It's quite possible. I agree.
Yeah. Because you know, it's not so easy.
Yes. True. But we still have Aram's game also
Yeah, Aram's
going
game
on.
is going on
It's
actually.
still going
Knight
on.
e2 and King d3 played.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you do here with black? King b5 loses to knight d4.
Knight d4, yes. So this we can't do. How about f4? Can we play
f4
f4?
take
Take.
with the knight or the pawn?
With the knight I should get.
But why to even think? Just g takes.
Right, because if king e4, knight g5, right?
Yeah, if king e4, you have simple knight g5 check.
Very easy. Right.
And this is just an easy draw.
Yes, white to think, right?
Yeah, and if you go h4 in this position.
Honestly, I thought f3 here somehow. F3, pawn f3.
Yeah, pawn f3 is also good enough. Yeah. So king d3 and f4, as we discussed, is a very easy way to draw. And by the way, a move was made between this game, bishop a4.
Bishop a4. So maybe...
Wait, what? If I give a check?
Someone found some... I think rook f6.
Rook f6 is... Okay, and if I take, this is losing, most likely.
G take.
Yeah,
Because
this
g-pawn
g
is
takes
joining.
b5 and that looks dangerous.
Maybe, what do you think? Maybe he wants this idea if possible.
Yeah, it's possible he wants to reroute his bishop on f3, but I won't give you time, right? Rook b8, but then b5. Okay, so it can be tricky. Rook e8, bishop d1.
But rook b8, I think you will...
Here,
then rook g6 check.
King h2.
And bishop d1. Maybe this is his idea, to bring bishop to f3.
And how is this endgame? Rook g3.
But I can play bishop g4.
But now your pieces are a bit stuck, yeah? I will just play king g1 and...
No, 1 minute.
Your pieces are stuck.
I can't play rook... Oh, no. I wanted some...
Yeah, you wanted to go rook h6. Yeah, you are very tricky.
Right.
And if I take, you wanted some ideas like this.
Yeah, right. This was my idea. But maybe check, right?
Yeah, I can give a check in this position. But I think
Not
that...
really. King f1.
Yeah, king f1 and rook g1.
Yeah.
So bishop a4, and this is the position that we have on the board. Xu Xiangyu, by the way, this has happened. F4 has happened.
F4, yes, F4 happened.
And yeah, we are just waiting for...
We are waiting. Okay, we are expecting here draw, right? We are expecting here draw, and only...
Is he considering to go g4 here, maybe?
Could be.
But then king b5?
Yes, even king b5, because now knight d4
is not working. King e4, king takes pawn. King f5,
f3. Right.
And white is also risking, yeah? Because knight f4, knight h3 is coming.
Yes.
So I think he will just chop.
Yes, but he's thinking. Xu Xiangyu is still thinking.
He's still thinking, actually.
Yes, he's still thinking. And by the way, Norway chess has started already.
Yeah, Norway chess has started, actually.
Has started already.
Yeah. Actually, that is very exciting.
Whom do we have there today? Which games?
In Norway, we have Arjun versus Fabi. Arjun having a tough defeat yesterday, actually.
Yes. But what interesting opening choice.
Yes.
Perk.
He wanted to play for a win. He actually never lost to Gukesh in classical before that game.
Really?
Yeah. And even yesterday, he was just much better, close to winning. And actually,
Arjun is is a tough opponent for Gukesh.
Very tough opponent. And actually, we had the same opening that was in Hovhannisyan versus
nice. Yes.
Kollars between Hikaru and Gukesh.
Maybe Hikaru just wants, Armageddon.
Yeah, it's quite possible that some Armageddon is coming. But Hikaru is tricky. He will put pressure. Yeah.
And Wei against Carlsen. Okay.
Wei Carlsen is just developing right now in the opening stage. Arjun, Fabi is interesting. Arjun again, as usual, has a big time advantage.
Mm-hmm.
And these are the three games happening here. This will be exciting to follow actually.
Yes. Yes. And here Xu Xiangyu is still thinking, and Sam is also. Oh, sorry. Sam is also still thinking,
Yes.
right? Mm-hmm. Okay, but let's check again this game.
Mm-hmm.
Rook. Okay, Rook B8.
Yeah, Rook B8 played.
Rook
What is
B8.
B5?
We are thinking.
His idea after B5 is that he will
Yeah.
just wait now.
Okay.
He will just wait because you cannot move the bishop. This pawn hangs.
So mean Rook B. You mean Rook B7 to wait?
Yeah, Rook B7. I will just wait like this.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I was thinking of King G2 to be honest, and just wait like this.
Like that.
If you give a check, I will probably come back King F1. Maybe
But-
Rook G3 is also possible.
I have a question for you. You want King G2, okay? And if I play Bishop D1 now,
I just take the pawn, no?
and you want to
I will
play
just take.
yes. But Sam will
mean-
play this position because he's pawn up.
Yeah, he will push a lot actually in that
Yes.
endgame. And
Rook B8.
yeah,
But what does? If not B5, if he goes back Bishop C6,
he takes on
the-
F4. Zug just took that pawn on F4 right now, and G takes F4.
Yes.
Yeah. This is happening.
Yes, so G takes F4, G takes F4.
And King E4 maybe will happen.
Knight G5, this draw, right?
Yeah, Knight G5 take.
I think he will play H4.
No, for sure not. What is there to play now? Yeah, he plays King E4.
He plays, okay, and it's a draw.
Yeah, Knight G5 check. No, he's not played it yet, but he will play it.
Yes, Knight G5.
Yeah. King F4.
Yes, they are.
Knight takes H3. Yeah, and draw agreed.
Draw agreed in this game
So,
also.
Xu Xiangyu actually was slightly better in the opening, then he was worse. Finally, this game has ended in a draw, which means Hakobyan is on +1,
+1.
half a point behind Pragg and Aravindh,
Right.
and which means the final game remaining is between Sevian and Bjerre.
And B6 has been played. Not
Yeah.
B5, but B6 and Rook B7. This is our actual position.
Yeah, this is the actual position,
Mm-hmm.
and we don't have the cameras somehow.
Somehow we don't have.
Yeah. So maybe it's possible that this game also ended in a draw.
Yes, it's most likely because we have delay, right? That's
Yeah.
why we don't know what is going on now, just in this moment. Yes, it's most probably that.
So I will just check what is happening, because if the game has ended and we don't have the cameras, then maybe we can just conclude for today.
Exactly.
I'll just be right back.
Exactly, Raja. We are waiting for you. Let's wait and see. Honestly, I think it's a draw. It's a draw, right?
No, they're playing.
They are playing, but why don't we have camera then?
Sure.
Yes, maybe this you can check. So they are playing. Okay. Because I thought we don't have camera. I thought maybe they ended already. But no, Samuel wants to fight until the end. Okay, Rook G6 check. So King H2. This will happen, of course, King H2 move. And now it's a question. Maybe Bishop D1. Maybe Bishop D1 will happen. With this idea, Bishop F3. Yes, Bishop, I don't know it's happened or it's what I put it. We will see now. Let's wait for Raja. But there is only this idea, right? Bishop d1 to put then bishop f3. This is what Black wants to do actually. Rook g6, yes, king h2 will be played and bishop d1. I'm expecting after king h2, bishop d1. With the idea to play bishop f3 and create some threats.
I'm not sure actually what happened.
You are not sure what happened? With camera, you mean,
Yeah.
right?
So they are still playing actually.
And they are still playing?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
This
Sevian...
is what I was thinking.
Yeah,
King h2, bishop d1, right?
Yeah, king h2 played, so maybe bishop d1 will happen, Lilith,
right?
to go bishop f3.
Bishop f3, this is the idea.
Yeah. And I think that...
You need chocolate.
yeah, I need some energy actually.
I'm also getting, hungry.
Yeah, you can have some chocolate.
No, thank you. I will have my dinner.
Yeah.
Soon, I hope.
Lilith, I will do this. You can take a break actually. I am... So actually you can just get dinner and I will do this. So you just take a...
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe
So-
I will bring your dinner
No,
here.
please. Lilith, take some rest.
Okay.
And guys, thanks a lot, Lilith, for being with here. It's people are very happy to have you and get your insights. Actually, people are really enjoying your commentary.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Raja, but I don't want you to let
No,
you
no.
on here.
I'm used to it.
You are used to
I'm
it.
used to it, Lilith. Please take a break. This can be a very tiring commentary. So please take some rest.
Okay, I will take, but I want to bring you
No.
something.
I have I'm very energetic. Some chocolates and my energy.
This is enough for you?
I'm very good now.
Okay, maybe I will have some break.
Yeah.
And I will join
Yeah,
you.
if the game is going, then but please have some dinner.
Okay, bishop d1, by
Yeah.
the way, has been played, right?
Bishop d1 played. Yeah.
Bishop d1 has been played. Okay. But I'm also excited,
Yeah.
it's interesting.
Yeah. So I mean,
Okay, this move I will also wait and
Okay.
I will go because I'm really interested because actually Samuel found some interesting idea, right?
because if rook g3 now, I think he wants to. Okay, what if rook g3?
What if rook g3? By the way, good move, right? Because if not rook g3, Black wants just to play bishop f3.
Yeah, but wait, rook g3. I don't see a move for black.
Okay.
Maybe bishop g4 is the only move. But then it's like you don't have no moves right after king g1.
But okay, if just one
Bishop f7 check played.
played.
King
Okay.
e6.
Uh-huh.
And now he has rook b7.
Again this.
Oh, maybe he missed this because king d5. If you go, there is rook
Oh,
d7 check.
Yes, this we don't want as Black.
Yeah.
No, this we don't want actually. Okay, so what happened here? So king e6 has been played, or it's our. So
We are
rook
not sure actually, but yeah, king e6 played.
Okay, this played and rook b7.
And rook
yes,
b7
for sure.
I think will happen. Because after rook b7, I don't see a way for you to defend this pawn. Maybe you have to give a pawn now, Lilith.
Oh, really? So if I check, so you play just if rook h6 check, you just play king g1.
I play
right?
rook h3.
Even you play rook h. Play this, and you are saying that these pawns are. These pawns are hanging.
Hanging, yeah, both are
Okay.
hanging.
Okay. Oh, this is a, okay.
So king d5 played, but now rook d7 check, rook d6, and white is just winning a pawn actually.
Actually, engine
Or maybe it's better to take this pawn.
and rook e4, right?
So
And they are still playing.
They are
right?
still playing, Lilith. They are still playing.
Okay, but rook d7 will happen.
Yeah, for sure. This
rook
will happen.
d7 will happen.
Rook
Rook d6 the
and
only
now
move.
I don't know if he will take this pawn or he will take this pawn. This pawn seems logical.
Logical, but somehow evaluation bar is not that.
Yeah, maybe bishop f3 now, and the king can have some mating ideas here.
Right.
And b5
Or
is also
b5
possible.
even, right?
Yeah.
b5, and the king is here to support this pawn. Who knows, right?
So king d5, and here Bjerre is thinking in this position.
Yes.
So I think this game will go on for some time, Lilith. I think you should just, because if you stay here, it will take a very long time. I know how this goes.
Oh, you're right. But I'm excited.
Okay, it's completely up to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So king d5 and yeah, rook d7. Of course, I feel is the most logical move in this position.
King d5, rook d7.
Because you're winning a pawn. Yeah, I mean you.
Rook d6. Yes.
And take. And how is this position?
Yes. Let's understand this position.
Because white is threatening maybe f4 now.
That's why then maybe. But how b5 maybe.
Yeah, b5, and this can be scary. Yeah, with two, like let's say f4, ef4, rook f4 with two like connected pawns. Like I can
But then
imagine,
rook
for example,
f7.
this.
No, rook f5 now there is.
There is rook f5. But let's say just to show, like if black gets this,
Right.
this is very scary actually.
Yes. Practically, yes.
Yeah, very scary because then the king comes and you can easily lose this. So rook d7, rook d6 happened, and now we'll know which pawn will Bjerre take.
Yes. Okay, I will wait this move also.
Yeah, I think he will take this pawn.
Which pawn?
G7 pawn.
Okay.
Because somehow it feels like taking here, I don't know, feels a bit scary actually.
So you wouldn't.
I don't know actually. Yeah, he takes this G7
He
pawn.
takes. Okay, rook takes G7. And now I suggested bishop f3, right?
Bishop f3. And now maybe I will go rook c7. Try to pin this. If you go rook c6. I'm curious, how is this position?
This position.
Because without the engine,
But I don't want to play rook c6 somehow. I want to play maybe.
But how will you break this barrier?
So if rook h6 check, king g3, right? And there is nothing, right? I mean, if check, king g3, if I play this, I mean, I want.
Yeah, but now just rook b3.
But what I want, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So rook g7. Let's see. Then b5.
Yeah,
right?
b5
What
makes sense
yes.
then. But what do I do now? Maybe still rook b7.
Rook b7. Okay. And I can't defend my pawn because e4
hangs. Yeah.
e4 hangs.
So rook g7, and now it's an important moment actually, because Sevian is down to less than 4 minutes.
You see, Raja, I see evaluation bar. It says this black is slightly better, but we can't find even the slightly better continuation.
But slightly better is misleading actually, because black has like bishop and 2 pawns, and the white king is slightly weak. So maybe he gives slightly better for that reason. Or maybe he thinks that in some endgame, white gets rook pawn against a rook, which is for sure a draw, but black is slightly better.
I see.
So this point 3 is very misleading.
Misleading. Okay.
I mean, it's not misleading. It's true. Black is slightly better because he's the only one who has winning chances.
All right.
So rook f6 maybe. No, but then check. That doesn't really work. I can't move the rook because then check is coming.
Check. Yes, then check. Exactly.
Okay, Sevian goes king d4.
King d4.
Okay, that's logical.
Mm-hmm.
And if rook b7 now, what's his idea?
Mm-hmm. Still, I want to play bishop f3. I don't know. This is why I want to play.
Let's say king g3.
Check.
King h4.
Yes, let me put king h4.
Why not?
Because if I play rook g2,
rook g2.
You want to play rook takes b6 or what?
I did not want to. I probably will give you a check.
Right. Because let's show our viewers, because if rook,
this is very scary. Rook b6, rook f2 is scary.
It's scary, but still evaluation bar is happy.
But this evaluation, but like practically no way white will go in this position. No way white will go into this position.
Because yes, it looks scary. I agree with you. Yes, I agree with you.
So king d4 and Bjerre is thinking in this position.
Okay, he has 6 minutes, right? More than 6 minutes.
Mhm.
Samuel has 3 minutes, more than 3 minutes. So,
Yeah, what to do? Maybe rook g1. No, but then check. No, then bishop f3 maybe.
bishop f3.
And this check idea.
All right. No, I like your rook b7 actually.
Rook b7, yeah?
Right.
Okay, so he has 6 minutes.
Why I like this? Because then b pawn is not going, right?
Yeah.
It's not going. Okay, king d4.
And by the way, guys, the white player would love to sacrifice these two rooks. Sorry, he would love to sacrifice this rook for a bishop and a pawn. Because even though black will be a pawn up in that rook endgame, this doubled pawn is quite a straightforward draw.
Right, right.
So
black can't progress.
Yeah, even if white can sacrifice a rook for this bishop and a pawn, he's still a draw. So the drawing margin is quite big.
Quite big, yes.
Okay, I'm curious actually in the meantime if there is something interesting.
In Norway chess,
Yeah.
right?
Hikaru is much better.
Oh.
Yeah.
But what happened?
Yeah, Gukesh took with the f pawn on g6. Very surprising that he did not take with the h pawn.
But Raja, in this tournament, actually, Gukesh has many like.
Gukesh is like a cat. He has 7 lives in this position.
Right.
He just does not lose actually. He just does not
Mr.
lose.
Laputyan just is here and he told us that it's draw, right?
Okay,
Yes,
so
it's a
this
draw.
game actually
So-
ended in a draw.
Ended in a draw, right?
And it will be interesting, of course, to see how it ended.
Right.
But I think we will both get dinner now, Lilith. And very long day for both of us. Also, the players. I think Sevian just.
Yes, it's very pity for
Yeah,
some.
he was
Very
much
pity.
better.
Yes.
But
2 days, 2 big advantages and only
Yeah.
one point. Today, big advantage. No,
Yeah.
he was not winning. No, he was not winning, but big advantage.
he had big advantage. But also, Bjerre defended well. Like
Yes,
Bjerre
he found this before, right?
Yeah, Bjerre actually was very resourceful.
Yes, he was very resourceful. Especially, I like this before.
Before was
Before
beautiful,
very-
just changing the
Yes.
character of the position.
This was very nice. Yes.
So,
Actually.
guys, we have 4 draws and 1 decisive result. Pragg beating Benjamin, which means that we have 2 leaders now. Pragg and Arvind with 4 out of 6. 3 more games to go. Still, the competition is
Yes,
very open.
Very open. Yes, of course.
And guys, now maybe you can go to Norway chess because that's a very exciting game
And
happening
we will
there.
go to our
And
dinner.
we'll go to dinner. Thanks a lot for tuning in, and we will be back tomorrow for round 7.
Yes.
See you.